Chapter 1713. After a lot of trouble, Kitten finally reached the finish line ahead of the manager and won the game, ending the game that was considered torture for Sei Ito. Then, Kitten said goodbye to Ito Saihara and the store manager. She went downstairs and left the game store. She continued to wander around the shopping street and eat the delicious food recommended by the shop. She didn't stop until 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. "Thank you for accompanying me today," Kitten said to Sei Ito as they were about to say goodbye. "You're welcome. Didn't you accompany me today as well?" Sei Ito asked with a smile. "No, you even treated me to so much specially recommended food. If it wasn't for Sensei, I wouldn't have been able to eat so much today," Kitten said to Sei Ito seriously. "That's what I should do," Sei Ito said with a smile as he rubbed Kitten's head. "But speaking of which, the specially recommended food you ate today wasn't all good food. Next time, I'll cook something for you personally and let you know what a real world-class food is," Sei Ito said with a proud smile as he retracted his hand. "Okay," Kitten said as she looked at Sei Ito. After that, the two of them said a few simple words before parting ways and returning to their own residences. What followed was another period of peace that lasted for several days. Of course, this was referring to normal human society. In the dark, there were many conflicts between the church and the fallen angels. For example, 3 days ago, a priest who happened to step into the city was killed by the crazy exorcist, Freed. For example, 2 days ago, Wisteria Inari and Genova discovered Freed's track. They had a small fight with him and so on. Apart from that, Shiba Yudo could no longer hold back the hatred and murderous intent in his heart. He coldly said that he would leave Rias and embark on the path of vengeance. On the night when Freed and Wisteria Irina had a small fight with Genova, he found the two who lost track of Freed and launched an attack on them. As expected, Kiba Yudo, who was filled with hatred, was completely defeated by Genova. If it wasn't for Sei Ito often coming out in the middle of the night to track down Wisteria Irina and Genova, he wouldn't have been able to find them. If he had observed the progress of the matter and saved him in passing, Kiba Yudo would have already become a corpse by now. After that, Sei Ito took on the role of a middleman, just like Hyodo Issei in the original work. He pointed out that both sides had similar goals and established a cooperative relationship. At the same time, the name of Shiba Yudo's nemesis, Balpa Galileo, who was the second in command of this incident, was brought out, adding a solid foundation for the cooperation between the three of them. On this day late at night, a powerful aura suddenly erupted in the town. "Is it starting?" Sei Ito exhaled deeply as he slowly exited his meditative state. He opened his eyes and muttered. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the room. In the next second, he appeared above the apartment. Then, his figure flashed again. It completely disappeared. At the same time, in Komodo Academy. Lias Senpai. The academy has been enveloped by a large barrier. As long as nothing too outrageous happens, no one outside the barrier will be harmed. A thin blonde man wearing the Komodo Academy's student uniform reported to Lias. This person's name was Kiba Motoshiro. He was a follower of another superior demon in Komodo Academy, Kiba Kangna. His rank was soldier. In the original work, he was forcefully recruited by Hyodo Issei to join the Sacred Sword sabotage team, and he paid the price of being spanked 1,000 times by Kiba Kangna. This can only minimize the damage. To be honest, if Korkabor had shown his true abilities, not just the academy, but the entire city would have been destroyed in an instant. Moreover, he seems to have started preparing. My servants saw him on the field, and he is gradually releasing his power. Beside Lias, the student council president wearing a female student uniform and black-rimmed glasses, who was also a superior demon like Lias, Kiba Kangna said. "In order to suppress the attack as much as possible, my follower and I will each take a position and continue to maintain the barrier. We want to minimize the damage. Although it is difficult to bear the damage to the Academy, since the attacker is a cadre of the fallen angels, we can only bear with it. Kiba Kangna continued. Then, he narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of Korkabor with a gaze full of hatred. Thank you, Kangna. We will think of a way to deal with the rest. Laius thanked him. Laius, the opponent is a monster of a different level from us. You will definitely lose. It is not too late now. Look for your brother. Kiba Kangna disagreed. You didn't look for your sister either, right? Laius denied. Your brother loves you so much. If we look for Lord Sajks, he will definitely do something. So, Kiba Kangna paused and continued. I have already asked Lord Sajks. At this moment, Jurai Himashima's voice was heard. Junai. Rias turned her head to look at Junai, her face full of anger as she shouted. Laius, I know you don't want to cause trouble for Lord Sajks. After all, this is something that happened in your territory, your base. But since the attacker is a cadre, it is a different story. The problem is far beyond what you can solve alone. Let's borrow the power of the Demon King. Junai Himajima, who had been smiling all this while, showed a rare expression of anger as she met Riaz's gaze head-on and stated. Even the way he addressed her changed from the previous president to the current Laius. Laius was silent for a moment before she sighed and nodded gently. Thank you for your understanding, President. Lord Kangna, Lord Sajk said that the reinforcements will arrive in an hour. After confirming Laius's meaning, Jurai Himashima's expression returned to normal as he spoke to Laius and the Student Council President Kiba Kangna. An hour. I understand. During this time, the Student Council will bet the name of city's kin and continue to set up the barrier. Kiba Kangna's eyes were full of determination as he spoke. An hour, huh? Laius turned to look at Kitten and Jurai Himashima beside her as she muttered helplessly. President, we can ask Sei for help. Jurai Himashima, who understood what Laius was thinking, said. Laius heard this and could not help but frown. Based on the nature of the matter, this should be a matter between the devil and the fallen angel. If Sei Ito was her kin, then she would not hesitate to call Sei Ito over to help her complete the mission of delaying time. Unfortunately, Sei Ito was not her kin, but a free sorcerer. Although it was not a big deal to call him over, it was still difficult for Laius's self-esteem to accept. This was somewhat similar to the negotiation with Genova. Don't worry, you can definitely make it through an hour. Just as Laius was in a dilemma, Sei Ito's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Then, the void flashed, and Sei Ito's figure appeared beside Laius, Jurai Himashima, and Kitten Taching. Seeing Ito Seiji, although the expression on Jurai Himashima's face didn't change, it gave people an unexpected feeling of brilliance. At the same time, Laius also exhaled softly, and a confident smile appeared on her face. Only Kitten Taching still looked very nonchalant, and her expression did not change at all. As expected of a member of the Sei Ito family. What a tight barrier. I spent a lot of effort to penetrate it. Sei Ito turned to look at the Student Union president, Chokadera, and praised. Chokadera frowned and did not say anything, but she must be very upset and shocked. After all, the sky above the academy was a powerful barrier that she and her family set up. Even if a Demon King-level person came, they would need to use brute force to break it. She did not expect someone to sneak in without a sound. This was an extremely ironic thing for her, who had just said that she would bet on the Sei Ito's name to ensure the stability of the barrier. Key, immediately have someone check the barrier carefully and see what went wrong. Chokadera turned her head and said sternly to Ki, who was next to her. Yes. Ki responded loudly and then quickly ran out. You seem to have angered Chokadera-sama. Jurai Himashima came to Sei Ito's side and whispered. It's okay. If she wants to cause trouble for me, I don't mind adding her into my harem. Sei Ito chuckled. You're really ambitious. You already have a president, yet you still want to provoke the seedy family. Aren't you afraid that you'll anger the people behind them and they'll destroy you? Jurai Himashima said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Hee, I'm not afraid. Sei Ito chuckled. He then looked at the curious Jurai Himashima and continued, as for why, you will know later. Alright everyone, listen to me. Later, we will be responsible for attacking and attracting Corcadera's attention. This will be different from a normal battle. It will be a battle to the death. Even so, I will not allow you to die. All of you must come back alive and continue to study in this academy. Riaz clapped her hands and attracted the attention of Kitten, Jurai, and Sei Ito as she spoke with a serious expression. Yes. Kitten, Jurai, and Sei Ito replied in unison. Then, the four of them turned around and walked toward Corcadera. Drager, you better perform well later. Ito Sei used his spiritual mind to contact the soul sealed in the Red Dragon Emperor, the artifact on his left wrist, and the Red Dragon Drake teased. Leave it to me. Corcadera is indeed a worthy opponent. Let's show him, Drager said. Chapter 1714. P.S. Thank you to Blood Battles in the Three Realms, Instant Potato, and Sacred Knight for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to NXCZ and Instant Potato for their tip. The group of people came to the field. At this time, in the middle of the field, 4 long swords emitting holy light were suspended in the air. A strange magic circle occupied the entire field with the 4 swords as the center. An old man who looked like an evil landlord in ancient times, Barpa Galileo, stood in the center of the magic circle. Looking at the situation in the field, Riaz's eyes could not help but twinkle. Confused, right? Barpa Galileo said with a cheerful face. However, coupled with his unlovable appearance, no matter how one looked at him, he gave off the feeling of a sinister smile, which made people feel uncomfortable. I want to combine the 4 king's swords into one. Then, without waiting for Riaz to say anything, he said to himself, Barpa, how long will it take to unify the king's swords? At this time, a new voice sounded in the field. The source was in the air. Instinctively, Riaz, Junai, Kitten, and Sei Ito looked up in the air. In an instant, a fallen angel with a thin body, a long and narrow face, sharp teeth in his mouth, pointy ears, and 5 pairs of pitch-black wings on his back appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He looked like an elf with messy hair and 5 pairs of pitch-black wings on his back. It was the boss behind this incident, Corcabor. He used his power to levitate a magnificent chair that looked like it could only be used by a noble king in the air. He sat on it with his body bent and one of his hands bent. His elbow was on the armrest, and his fist was pressed against his cheek. His body was slanted, as if he was an audience who was enjoying a boring opera, looking down. It won't take 5 minutes, Corcabor, Barpa Galileo replied. He used the tone of an equal conversation. Is that so? Then I'll leave it to you, Corcabor said, and then his gaze shifted slightly. His gaze landed on Lise. Will Sarjax come? And Seraphil, Corcabor asked. We will replace my brother and his majesty Leviathan, Riaz replied. However, before she could finish her sentence, she heard the sound of wind slicing through the air, followed by a rumbling explosion that attracted everyone's attention. The gymnasium, which was originally built not far from the sports field, had completely collapsed and been destroyed. An exaggeratedly large and thick light gun, which seemed to be something that only a titan could use, was stabbed into the ground, emitting an astonishing aura. Boring. Forget it. At the very least, it can be treated as a sideshow, Cubeverse said softly as if he had done something insignificant. Alright, play with my pet that I brought from hell. Then, without giving Riaz a chance to speak, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Pa! Amidst the crisp sound, a huge monster walked out of the darkness with heavy footsteps that caused the ground to tremble and shake. It was a canine creature that was 10 meters tall. Its fur was pitch black. Its forelimbs were thick and its feet had extremely sharp claws. Under the reflection of the moonlight, the claws shone with a cold light, causing people to close their mouths and have goosebumps. The monster's eyes were blood-red. They shone with a cruel light, and its protruding mouth revealed extremely vicious fangs. Sharp fangs were spread out one by one. White gas leaked out from the gaps between its teeth, and from time to time, a viscous liquid that should be saliva dripped from the red skin at the side of its mouth. With a sizzling sound, it corroded the ground into charred pits that emitted white smoke. However, unlike a dog, this monster had 3 ferocious heads. As it moved forward, it moved up and down, left and right. Cyberas, Riaz said angrily. Hellhound, Saito sighed softly. Let's go. Junai, little kitten, it's done, Riaz said to the 3 people beside her without turning her head. Yes, President, Junai and little kitten replied in unison. You guys go, I'll be responsible for providing support, Saito said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, his left arm flashed, and the divine artifact, Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet, appeared on his left arm. This is... Riaz's eyes sparkled. Allah, Allah, I didn't expect Qing to be the host of a divine artifact, Junai said in her unique way of speaking. Boost! At that moment, as the jade on the vambrace flashed, a low roar came from it. Let's go, we can definitely defeat them, Saito said with a smile. Okay, Riaz nodded in response. She then looked back at the hellhound, Cyberas, and shouted, Junai. Slap. As soon as she said that, a pair of demonic wings appeared on Riaz and Junai's back, bringing them into the sky. Seeing the actions of the two, the hellhound also howled and quickly rushed towards the two. In the process of rushing forward, one of the hellhound's heads spat out a long flame, burning towards the two. Too weak. Junai instantly flew in front of Riaz and used magic to create an extremely cold aura, freezing the flame. Take this. Riaz flew out from behind Junai and shot out the ball of magic light she had gathered in her hand. But at that moment, one of Cybera's 2 other dog heads spat out another ball of fire toward the red magic ball in the air. Boom! The two collided in midair, and the intense confrontation caused a violent energy wave to spread in all directions. Then, another ball of fire shot out from Cybera's head and crashed into the magic light that Riaz shot out. Instantly, Riaz's attack, which had a slight upper hand, was pushed back by a small portion. Then, Cybera's head opened up again and was about to unleash a third fireball. There's an opening. At that moment, a crisp female voice rang out. Then, the kitten from Deshang suddenly jumped to the side of the dog head that was about to unleash the fireball and used her small fist to punch the dog's head. Thud! An extremely unlucky scene appeared. The dog head that was hit by the kitten immediately raised up and swallowed the fireball that was about to be unleashed back into its stomach. Let me give you another one, Junai said with his arms raised in the air. Then, he lowered his arm and pointed at Cyberas. At that moment, a bright yellow light flashed, and a thick bolt of lightning struck down from the sky and landed on Cybera's body. Kaboom! Seeing this opportunity, Riaz did not hesitate. She gathered another ball of magic light and blasted it toward Cyberas. Explode! There was no exaggerated sound, and Cyberas, who was hit by the magic light, staggered a step to the side. Then, black blood gushed out from the side of Cybera's waist that was hit and splashed onto the ground, corroding it and leaving scorched marks of various sizes. Despite being injured, Cybera's eyes were still sharp. His blood-red eyes stared at Riaz and Junai. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At that moment, a new beastly howl came from the darkness. Then, the ground shook and another hellhound walked out of the darkness. Just stay there for now. Saito chuckled. Then, without him doing anything, a huge silver-white circular magic circle appeared under his feet. Then, the magic circle turned and a few arm-thick chains made of energy shot out from it. They flew toward the newly appeared hellhound and wrapped around its limbs tightly, pulling it in place. Rias. Junai Kitten. You guys continue. I'll take care of this one, Seito said loudly. Okay. Rias did not hesitate and immediately answered. I'll help. Just as she finished speaking, a new voice rang out in the field. It was Genova. Then, Genova, who was wielding the king's sacred sword, rushed to the side of the hellhound that was being held back by the energy chains. With a leap, a large dog's head was sent flying in a flash of black light. Black blood splattered everywhere as the dog's head rolled and fell to the ground. Bam! Ow wow! The hellhound cried out in pain. The slash of the sacred sword can cause unimaginable damage to demons, Genova said without looking back as he sliced off a huge chunk of flesh from the hellhound's body with another slash. Plop! Just as she said, the Cerberus fell to the ground as if it had suffered an unbearable injury. Genova quickly stepped forward and stabbed the sacred sword in his hand into the hellhound's body. In an instant, the hellhound's body turned into dust and disappeared into the air. Boost! It was at this moment that a second sound rang out from the artifact. With my strength as the base, I can definitely kill a demon lord, Seito thought to himself as he felt the ridiculous power surging in his body. He then raised his head and shouted, Rias Junai. Both of them looked at him with puzzled eyes. Boosted gear. Gift. Seito raised the arm with the divine artifact, the Red Dragon Emperor, and aimed it at the two of them. Transfer A. Immediately, a powerful surge of energy surged into Ria's and Junai's bodies in the air through some unknown method. The next moment, the aura of the two of them skyrocketed as they released a shocking amount of magic that made Korkabor's expression change. Feeling the ridiculous power in their bodies, Ria's and Junai's hearts were filled with shock. Let's go, Seito said loudly. No problem. Ria's, who had regained her senses, replied with a confident smile on her face. Junai. She then called out to Junai. Yes. Heavenly lightning. Let it resound through the clouds. Junai's face was filled with an excited aura as he pointed his arm at the sky and controlled the yellow lightning that flashed in the clouds to strike Cyberras below. Rumble, lightning bolts that occupied more than half of the field landed and bombarded the hellhound's cyberbrass body. It did not even have time to scream before it was reduced to nothingness. Take this, Korkabor. At the same time that the hellhound disappeared, Rias had also condensed a shocking magic ball in her hand and shot it at Korkabor. Korkabor's expression changed drastically as he reached out with both hands and gathered a wall of light in front of him to receive the magic ball. Boom! An earth-shattering sound exploded in the sky above the school. Then, the light dissipated and Korkabor's figure was revealed once again. However, compared to before, Korkabor was now in a very bad state. Not only had the chair that was used to hold the egg disappeared and turned into nothingness, but there were also many parts of his body that were damaged by the magic shockwaves. Not to mention the 5 wings on his back. A large number of feathers were falling from them and drifting to the ground like catkins. It's the Red Dragon Emperor. Korkabor looked down at Seito and said hatefully. I didn't expect the Red Dragon Emperor's ability to raise you to this level. It's my miscalculation. Then, Korkabor looked up at Rias and said with a sour expression. I didn't expect it either. Rias said with a smile. She really did not expect Seito's so-called support to be this. It was such a pleasant surprise. Now, Rias was no longer worried about the 1-hour delay. Instead, she began to be interested in defeating Korkabor, and her heart was filled with the desire to fight. It's done. However, just as she was about to gather her energy to fight Korkabor, Barpa, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly spoke up and attracted everyone's attention. The 4 king's swords are about to merge into one, Barpa said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the holy light began to spread outwards and envelop the entire field in the blink of an eye, forcing Rias, Junai, and Kitten, who were demons, as well as Shiba Yudo, who entered the field while Korkabor was speaking, to slowly retreat. And under the shroud of this light, the 4 holy swords floating in the air gradually faded away, and under the effect of a strange force, they slowly leaned together and merged with each other. This process was very short, less than half a minute. In another burst of light, the entire light calmed down and the scene was once again presented before everyone's eyes. A holy sword emitting blue flames replaced the original 4 holy swords and appeared in the center of the magic square, quietly floating in the air. The light emitted when the king's swords merged into one caused the spell below to be completed. In less than 20 minutes, this town will collapse. If you want to dispel the spell, you have to defeat Corcobor, Barpa suddenly said. Freed. Corcobor raised his voice. Coming, boss. The mad priest walked out from the darkness and responded with a sick smile on his face. The king's sword in the magic circle is for you to use. Take it and kill the Red Dragon Emperor's host. Corcobor ordered fiercely. Good, good, good. Really, yes, our boss really knows how to order people around. But, should I say something about being able to use and upgrade the king's sword to a super powerful version or something like that? Then I'll go find that guy to test my blade. Freed had a crazy smile on his face as he walked to the center of the field and reached out to hold the newly merged king's sword. Chapter 17:15. Your opponent is us. Genova blocked the path to where Itose was standing and said to Mad Father Frid, who was standing opposite him, Laius Jimenez's knight, if our united front still counts, let's destroy the king's sword together. Then, Genova said to Kiba Yudo without looking back. Is that okay? Kiba Yudo asked. No matter what, as long as we can bring back the fragment that forms the core of the king's sword. Since the person who wielded the sword is Fred, even if the sword is a holy sword, it can't be considered a holy sword. The holy sword is the same as any other weapon. Different people use different weapons, so the situation is different. That is the sword of heresy. Genova smiled arrogantly. He. Hearing Genova's words, Barpa let out a strange laugh. Barpa Galileo, I am a survivor of the Holy Sword Project. No, to be precise, I am someone who died by your hands. I was reincarnated as a demon to live until today. Kiba Yudo looked at Barpa, who was still standing in the magic circle, with a murderous look. A survivor of that project. Fate really makes fools of people. I didn't expect to meet in a far eastern country. We are really fated. Barpa also seemed to be surprised. I like the holy sword very much. I like it so much that I even dream of it. Probably because I read the biography of the Wu King's sword before, it made my heart jump. Because of this, when I knew that I couldn't become a sword saint, I was really desperate. Then, without waiting for Kiba Yudo to speak, he continued to speak. Because I couldn't use the holy sword myself, I had a vision for someone who could use it. My heart grew stronger day by day. So I buried myself in research on how to artificially create someone who could use the holy sword. Thanks to your help, the research was successful. What? Successful? You obviously treated us as failures? Kiba Yudo raised his eyebrows. I noticed that using the holy sword required a certain factor, so I used the factor to investigate the suitability. Almost all of the young men and women who participated in the experiment had a factor, but none of them could use the Wu King's sword. So, I came to a conclusion. If that's the case, I wonder if I can extract and collect those factors? Barpa shook his head. I see. I understand now. When sword saints receive blessings, the thing they put into their bodies is... Genova seemed to have thought of something, and a look of realization appeared on his face. That's right. A female sword saint. We extract and crystallize the divine factor from the human body. Just like this. As he spoke, Barpa took out a spherical crystal that emitted a blue light. The crystal was sparkling and translucent, and together with the blue light it emitted, it looked exceptionally magnificent. After obtaining this, the research on the sword saint made great progress. However, the people of the church treated me as a heretic and excluded me. He even snatched the research materials away. Since there is a swordsman like you, it means that there is someone who wants to continue my research. Damned Michael. He tried so hard to turn me into a sinner, but he ended up the same. Well, with that angel's way of doing things, even if the test subject's factor was extracted, at the very least, he was more humane than me. Ha 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 ha. Barpa snickered. You killed my companions and extracted the suitable factor of their holy swords? Sheba exuded a cold, murderous aura as he questioned. That's right. This sphere is what was completed at that time, right? But 3 of them were used on Freed and the others. This is the last one. Barpa admitted straightforwardly. Ahahaha. Other than me, everyone else died in the process because their bodies couldn't match the factor. Looks like I'm really special, Freed said narcissistically with pride. Barpa Galileo, you did it for your own research, for your own desires. How many lives have been sacrificed? Shiba Yudo's hands trembled as he spoke. At the same time, a violent magic burst out from his body. They surrounded him tightly, exuding an astonishing aura. Since you said so, why don't I give you this factor crystal? My research has progressed to the stage where it can be mass-produced. As long as the production environment is prepared, it can be carried out at any time. I'm going to first destroy this town with Kobol, then I'll collect the legendary holy swords from all over the world. Then I'll mass-produce holy swordsmen and use the combined king's sword to wage war against Michael and the Vatican. I'll let the stupid angels and believers who made me a sinner see my research, Barpa said. After that, he threw the sphere on the ground as if it was trash and let it roll in front of Shiba Yudo. Shiba Yudo squatted down, picked up the crystal with both hands, and held it in front of his chest. Everyone, Shiba Yudo said softly. A tear fell from the corner of his eye. But at this moment, the blue sphere that didn't receive any stimulation suddenly bloomed with a bright light. The light gradually dispersed and covered the entire field. Then, one after another, small blue light spots appeared in the air above the field. Under the influence of an unknown force, they condensed into human figures one after another. There were both men and women among these humanoids, but they were all quite young. Judging from their appearances, the oldest one was no more than 18 years old, while the youngest one was no more than 10 years old. They all wore the same clothes and stood in front of Shiba Yudo, their mouths silently opening and closing. I've been thinking, is it really okay for me to be the only one alive? Some of you have bigger dreams than me, some want to live more than me. Is it really okay for me to live a peaceful life alone? Shiba Yudo cried. Don't worry about us. Even if it's only you, you have to live. They said so. Junai acted as a translator and conveyed the voices of the ghost. She really did sound like a Miko/psychic. Then, the lips of the ghosts moved again and changed into a unified rhythm. It's a hymn, Genova said. Shiba Yudo heard this and sang the hymn while shedding tears. Then, a new light spread with Shiba Yudo as the center and became more and more dazzling. And in this dazzling light, strange voices sounded in the silent field. It was the voices of the ghost. They sang the hymn with a clear child's voice. The song was loud until it ended. The souls of the young man and the child flew into the sky and turned into blue light spots and surged into the body of Shiba Yudo, who was kneeling on the ground. After a moment of silence, Shiba Yudo opened his eyes and looked at Barpa with a cold but no longer angry gaze. Barpa Galileo, if I don't destroy you, there will only be a second and third batch of people like us, people who don't care about their lives. Humph. Research is always accompanied by sacrifice. It has been so since ancient times. Isn't that all there is to it? Yudo, do it. Take care of everything yourself. Surpass the sword of the king. You are the kin of Rias Jimenez. My knight will not lose to something like the sword of the king. Perhaps the demons and fallen angels of this world were all so polite, but ever since Shiba Yudo's side changed, the battle that was supposed to be going on in the sky had stopped, and Rias, who was now free, said with a prideful tone. Yudo, I believe in you. Junai said. Yudo-senpai, do your best. Kitten encouraged. Yudo, go. Be a man. Seito laughed. Ah, what are you crying for? You even sang so happily in the middle of the battlefield with those ghosts. It's so annoying. What bad luck, I hate that song the most. Just hearing it makes my skin break out in hives. I've had enough. My patience has reached its limit. I'm going to cut you into 1,000 pieces to calm myself down. I'm going to use this invincible holy sword that combines 4 swords of the king. Fried said arrogantly. I'm going to transform into a sword. I'm going to transform into the sword of the president and my companions. Respond to my will. Demon sword creation. Shiba Yudo ignored Fried's clamor and took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Instantly, holy light and evil aura spread out from his hand, intertwining and colliding with each other, and finally fused into a black and white longsword that fell into Shiba Yudo's hand. Forbidden Hand, Dual Tyrant's Holy Demon Sword. Possessing both holy and demonic swords at the same time, you'll have a taste of its power. With that, Shiba Yudo charged at Fried. Since my knight is working so hard, I can't lose either. Kokbor, take this. Rias looked down at Shiba Yudo, who was fighting with Fried, and smiled. She then looked up at Kokbor and said loudly. With that, she created a destruction magic ball the size of a basketball in her hand. Don't even think about it. Kokbor, who already knew that Rias was no weaker than him, or even more powerful than him, would not stupidly take Rias's attacks head-on. He immediately sneered and appeared behind Rias in light form, opened his hand, and launched an attack at Rias. In an instant, a large amount of photon energy formed a ball and blasted at Rias. You seem to have forgotten about me. At that moment, Junai's figure suddenly appeared behind Rias. He stretched out his hands and created a large magic circle in front of him, blocking in front of her. Boom, 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 boom. Then, a violent roar sounded. Rias flew out in a flash and shot the destruction magic ball in her hand at Kokbor. Kokbor's figure flashed and dodged the destruction magic ball's attack path. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of light javelins were created around him and shot at Rias like a swarm of bees. Junai put his hands together and created a series of lightning bolts, and pushed them out. Boom, 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 boom. The lightning bolts immediately clashed with the light javelins, creating a series of loud explosions. As expected of the guy who survived the last battle, he's really hard to deal with when he gets serious. Seito could not help but exclaim as he looked at Kokbor, who was fighting 1 against 2 in the sky. Chapter 17-16. Go to Hell. After exchanging a few more blows with Rias and Junai, Cubeverse suddenly changed his target and shot a thick spear of light at Seito. Obviously, he was completely afraid of the Red Dragon Emperor's buff ability and wanted to eliminate him right here and now. Of course, this did not rule out the fact that he also wanted to obtain the Red Dragon Emperor. After all, to the ambitious and war-crazed Cubeverse, the power of the Red Dragon Emperor was just too tempting. It was hard not to be tempted, especially after seeing the obvious example of how he could buff Rias, who was only a high-rank demon, into a demon lord. Done, be careful. Seeing Cubeverse's action, Rias and Junai hurriedly reminded him. You really have a death wish, Seito, who had no intention of dodging, said softly as he shook his head slightly. With that, he raised his hand and waved at the sky. A void ripple immediately spread out in the air, and swallowed the thick spear of light that was flying right in front of the ripple. The next moment, a new ripple spat out and shot directly at Cubeverse's back. Feeling the change behind him, Cubeverse's expression changed and he immediately dodged. Pfft! However, although he dodged quickly, the spear of light was even faster. Coupled with the fact that his wings took up a lot of space, no matter how hard he tried to dodge, he still could not avoid the spear of light piercing through his wings and leaving a long trail of blood on his chest. "How is this possible?" Cubeverse said in shock. "Who the hell are you?" Cubeverse asked loudly. Saito, the master of the modern Red Dragon Emperor. Saito smiled. He said calmly. "Right. I got it. Holy and demon. If there is a major deviation in the balance of these two elements, it will explain everything. In other words, not only the demon lord, but even the gods are dead." Just as Saito finished speaking, Barpa seemed to have discovered something shocking and shouted loudly. His voice was loud and sharp, echoing throughout the entire field. For the people of this world, this conjecture was too shocking, so even Shiba Yudo, who hated Barpa to the core, couldn't help but be shocked after hearing this. He subconsciously paused his actions. "Nonsense." Genova's expression changed slightly. He said sharply. At the same time, Ria's, Junai and Kitten's faces were filled with shock as they subconsciously turned to look at Barpa. "Ha ha ha ha. Ha, ha 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 ha." Then, at this moment, a long burst of laughter suddenly echoed in the field that had fallen into a brief silence because of Barpa's words. It was Corcobor. "Balpa, you're really too outstanding to be able to come up with such a conclusion." Corcobor stopped laughing. He looked at the stiff-faced Barpa and said, hearing Corcobor's words, "Everyone except Saito had a bad feeling about this." "What do you mean?" Riaz asked on behalf of everyone else. "Ha ha, ho ha 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 ha. So it's like that." "So that's what happened. Looks like the higher-ups didn't let the people below know the truth. If that's the case, I'll tell you all. In the three-way war earlier, other than the 4 demon lords, even God is dead." Corcobor looked at Riaz with a mocking expression as he announced loudly. Although they already had a hunch, when they heard Corcobor's confirmation, other than Saito and Barpa who had already guessed the truth, everyone's face turned sour. "It's normal that you don't know. God is dead? Who dares to say such a thing? Humans were a bunch of incomplete fellows. Without God, even their psychological balance and self-made laws would be ineffective. Even us fallen angels and demons don't dare to let the people below know. Who knows where the news of God's death will come from? Among the 3 major factions, only the leaders and some members know the truth." Corcobor was actually very enthusiastic about being a guide, even though they were still fighting for their lives. Sure enough, the real world transformed from the 2D world was so weird sometimes. After the war, the ones left were the angels who lost their god, the demons who lost all their demon lords and most of their superior demons, and the fallen angels who had nothing left except for their cadres. Exhaustion is not enough to describe it. All the factions have fallen to the point where they have to rely on humans to continue their race. Especially the angels and fallen angels, if they don't mate with humans, they can't reproduce. The number of fallen angels can still be increased by the fall of angels, but the number of pure angels who have lost their god can no longer increase. Pure-blooded demons are also very rare, right? Corcobor looked at Barpa, who had a sword pressed against his neck by Shiba Yudo, and continued. "No. Impossible. Impossible." Genova seemed to have lost all his strength as he muttered to himself in disappointment. To be honest, if it wasn't started on purpose, the large-scale war wouldn't have happened. In the previous war, the damage suffered by the 3 major factions was so severe. The gods and demon lords who started the conflict were dead, and everyone thought that there was no point in continuing the war. That Asashal guy probably lost most of his subordinates in the war, so he actually announced that he won't start another war. "How can I endure this? How can I endure this? You want me to take back my raised fist? What a joke. What a joke. If we continued to fight, we might have won. But he made such a decision. What's the value of the fallen angels who have to rely on humans with artifacts to survive? Kokbor proclaimed his views loudly, his face full of anger. Even an ignorant outsider could clearly feel his dissatisfaction with a satchel. Is the Lord no longer here? The Lord is dead? Then the love you gave us, is it? Genova raised his head and looked at Kokbor, who was in midair. That's right. It's normal to not have the protection of God and the love of God because God no longer exists. Michael did a good job. He replaced God to unite the angels and humans. Anyway, as long as the system used by God was still working normally, the prayers, blessings, exorcists, and so on could be carried out to a certain extent. It's just that compared to when God was still around, there were many more believers who were abandoned. That brat was able to create the holy demon sword because the balance between God and demon lords had collapsed. Logically speaking, holy and demon shouldn't have merged. Because the gods and demon lords who controlled the balance between holy and demon are no longer around, strange phenomena will naturally occur in various places. Kokbor answered like a teacher who dispelled doubts. This kind of behavior made Sei Ito want to ridicule in his heart. Are you really here to start a war? So, none of the upper echelons of the fallen angels were normal. If they weren't perverts, they were serious masochists, or these slightly brainless war criminals. It would be strange if the fallen angels who relied on these people to lead the fallen angels well. I want to use this opportunity to start a war. I'll use your heads as a greeting gift. Even if I'm alone, I want to continue the war from before. I want to let Sergex and Michael know that we fallen angels are the strongest, Kokbor declared loudly. With that, Kokbor moved and once again launched an attack on the shocked Rias. Boom! There was a flash of light, and the defense that Zhu Nai hastily put up suddenly shattered, and even she herself fell to the ground under Kokbor's powerful attack. Bang! Zhu Nai landed heavily on the ground. With this block, Rias regained her senses and launched a counterattack against Kokbor. In an instant, several magic balls filled with destructive power flew towards Kokbor. Kokbor's body moved agilely, and like a fish in water, he weaved through the gaps between the magic balls that Rias released, and rushed in front of her, and shot out a beam of light. Rias dodged and dodged the beam of light, but the hot air brought up by the beam of light still burned the sleeves of her uniform to ashes, and her fair arms were exposed to the air. Kokbor approached and punched Rias's cheek. Rias raised her arm to block. Bam! With a dull thud, Rias was knocked to the ground, but very quickly, she regained her balance and rushed towards Kokbor, who was in the air again. Kokbor waved his arm, and hundreds of beams of light shot out and rained down on Rias. Zhu Nai! Rias yelled. The next moment there was a flash of light, and Rias and Zhu Nai swapped positions, and Zhu Nai replaced Rias in front of the attack, her hands creating an electric net to meet the beams of light. It was the Devil's Chess piece ability, the King Switch. Devil's Chess was developed based on Western chess, and all of them had the same number of pieces and subclasses as Western chess. There was nothing much to say about China's King Chess, and its strength depended on the player. Queen's Chess had the abilities of all other pieces except for Soldier's Chess and King's Chess. Chariot's Chess had high attack and defense, and it had the King Switch function similar to saving the master. Knight's Chess had speed, Monk's Chess had magic, and Soldier's Chess had the ability to promote any piece other than the king in the enemy's camp, and could be switched at will. Earlier, Zhu Nai had used the Chariot's ability to switch positions with Rias. At the same time, Rias stretched her hands forward, and a crimson Gamonli magic circle appeared in front of her palms, and began to brew a powerful magic attack. Interesting. But at that moment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly came from the sky. Zhu Nai, who was good at judging the flow of power, immediately looked up and looked at the sky. Then, Rias, who was brewing a powerful attack, and Kokbor, who was about to launch another attack, looked up as well. Naturally, Sei Ito, who had sharper senses than Zhu Nai, also looked up at the sky. Chapter 1717. P.S. Thanks to Instant Potato, Zhang Xiaozhong, Crimson Night Wanderer, and Halcyon for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to Instant Potato for his tip. In the sky, as a white light flashed across the sky, a white figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes, hovering tens of meters above the ground. It was a white full-body armor, with jade-like spheres embedded all over its body. Even its face was covered by the armor, making it impossible to see the person's expression. The 4 pairs of light wings on its back pierced through the night, emitting a holy light. It really does look like Lancelot. Ito sighed softly. It could not be helped. The white silhouette in the sky was too similar to the image of Lancelot in Leluxiu's world. Other than the additional jade-like spheres on its body, and the lack of pulley shafts on its feet, it looked exactly like Lancelot of the next generation. It was hard for people not to associate them with each other. White Dragon, Corcobor said. TSK, one of the Divine Destroyer equipment. White Dragon Emperor's light wings. Since it has turned into armor, does that mean it's forbidden? Then, Corcobor clicked his tongue and continued in a disgusted tone. Attracted by the red color? White Dragon, if you intend to obstruct. However, before he could finish his words, his black wings had already flown into the sky. Then, blood spurted out uncontrollably from Corcobor's body. The color is dirty, it's like a crow's wing. A Sashel's wings are darker and darker. White Dragon held the black wings in his hand and stated in a frivolous voice. Judging from the tone of his voice, the other party was a young man. ****. How dare you break my wings? Corcobor's face was filled with rage as he scolded angrily. It's just a mark of depravity anyway. You've already fallen to the world below the ground. Do you still need wings? Do you still want to fly? White Dragon said in a frivolous and mocking tone. White Dragon, do you want to disobey me? Corcobor roared angrily. Idiot. Saito couldn't help but shake his head and curse. Just how retarded was this Cubeverse to say such a stupid thing? Could it be that he still hadn't recognized his situation? My name is Arubian, the White Dragon said in a calm voice. At the same time, a heavy shout came from White Dragon's body. Divide! In an instant, the aura of the arrogant Corcobor weakened significantly. One of the abilities of my divine artifact, the White Dragon Emperor's light wings. Every 10 seconds, it halves the power of those who come into contact with it. Your power will become my food. There's no time. If you don't defeat me soon, you won't even be able to defeat a human, Arubian reminded him kindly. Corcobor's expression changed slightly. However, he still did not recognize his own situation. With a heart full of anger, he rushed towards Arubian in the sky, completely forgetting about Riaz, who was preparing a blow that could end his life. Arubian moved easily, using his godlike speed to toy with Corcobor, making it impossible for him to touch his body. Divide! At this moment, another shout came from the White Dragon's armor. The moment the voice appeared, Corcobor's aura stagnated. It quickly decreased. At the same time, the light spears that he summoned in the sky also disappeared, and the clear night sky appeared once again. Almost the same as a mid-level fallen angel? How boring. I thought I could play a little longer. It's time to end this. The owner's disappointed voice came from White Dragon's armor. Then, the White Dragon's body flashed, leaving behind a bright trail of light as it charged right in front of Corcobor. Bang! Then, a muffled sound came from midair. Corcobor immediately covered his abdomen with both hands, opened his mouth and nose, and bent over to vomit. How is this possible? Corcobor said bitterly as if he could not accept reality. What's going on? Such a cliché line. How is this possible? Me? What's next? Is it impossible? White Dragon laughed as if it had found something funny. Asashel asked me to drag you back even if I had to drag you back. Looks like you're too stubborn. Then, White Dragon continued. Is that so? It's a satchel. A satchel. Corcobor said with a twisted face. Bang. However, before he could finish his words, White Dragon's fist had already landed on his cheek, knocking him to the ground. I still have to bring Freed back. I have something to ask him. As for how to deal with him, we'll talk about it later. Then, White Dragon walked to the side of the fainted mad priest, bent over, and lifted him up. During this process, Riaz, as the person involved, did not do anything, and used her powerful control to cancel the powerful attack that she had prepared. Ignoring me? White. Just as White Dragon was about to fly away, Draeger's voice came from the red vambrace on Sei Ito's left hand. You're awake, Red. At the same time, a voice came from the White Dragon's armor and continued Draeger's words. This is a rare opportunity, so why don't we decide the winner? Draeger, who was influenced by Sei Ito and not trained by the original Hutu Issei, still had a strong desire for battle in his heart and provoked. Red, you're still so battle-hungry. White, your hostility doesn't seem to be as strong as before. Because I've found a new pleasure, so I'm going to enjoy it alone for a while. Is that so? I think it's good to do this once in a while. What do you think, Draeger? Before Draeger could answer, Sei Ito's voice suddenly interrupted the conversation between the two dragons. He then looked up at the White Dragon's host, who was covered in White Dragon's armor, and said, I'm sorry. Although I agree with what you're saying, the premise is that you're on my side, so... He said softly, let's fight. Sure. In the White Dragon's armor, a young voice answered with interest. Looks like the peace talks are off the table. It's rare that I want to make some changes. The White Dragon, Arubian, sighed. Well, this is the will and destiny of the hosts after all. Draeger said. Deal. Riaz called out softly. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Sei Ito turned his head and smiled at Riaz, Junai, and Little Kitten. I'll wait for you at the school dormitory. Junai smiled. Good luck. Little Kitten encouraged softly. Sei Ito smiled and looked at the White Dragon. Then, the two of them moved at the same time and rushed into the sky at high speed. Let's do it here. In the sky a few hundred meters above the ground, Sei Ito's figure appeared and said to the White Dragon, who appeared at the same time. Sure. The White Dragon said softly. Are you going to fight me in this state? Looking at Sei Ito's left arm that was still in the form of a divine artifact. The other parts of his body looked like a normal person. The White Dragon said with some dissatisfaction. Let's do it like this for now. If it doesn't work, I'll activate the Forbidden Hand myself. Sei Ito smiled. The so-called Forbidden Hand was when the will and desire of the divine artifact's host reached a certain level. It could even go against the flow of the world. It was the ultimate power of the divine artifact that could be channeled. In other words, that strong will and desire was the core of activating the Forbidden Hand. Although Sei Ito had just fused with the divine artifact, it hadn't been long. The compatibility between the two still needed to be improved. However, his strength was high, his spiritual realm was high enough, and his willpower was off the charts. Therefore, after several exchanges with Draeg, the divine artifact's sealing spirit, he obtained the ability to activate the Forbidden Hand and reach the high level of the divine artifact's user. If it wasn't for the fact that the time was too short and the compatibility hadn't reached a certain level, Sei Ito would have wanted to directly communicate with the souls of the previous Red Dragon Emperor's hosts in the divine artifact and obtain the final power of the divine artifact. The way of the true Emperor or the way of the true Overlord. Then let me see what gave you such arrogant confidence. The White Dragon snorted and immediately flew in front of Sei Ito in light form and punched at his abdomen. Sei Ito stretched out his left hand with the divine artifact and appeared in front of his abdomen first. Bang! Red and white collided, and a strong muffled sound burst out. The air shook, forming ripples that spread out in all directions. Then, Seito leaned sideways and slammed into the white dragon's chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, the white dragon was sent flying. So hard. Feeling the slight pain from his shoulder, Seito was tongue-tied. One had to know that his body was now at the god level. Even if he collided head-on with a mountain, he wouldn't be affected. But now, he was feeling pain that he hadn't felt in a long time. This made him re-evaluate the toughness of the white dragon light armor. Bo-ost. At this moment, the Red Dragon Emperor's jade on Seito's left hand lit up slightly, and a low shout came out. In an instant, Seito felt the aura in his body rise to an exaggerated level. But before he could savor the feeling of being filled with power, a new shout came from afar. Divide! In the same instant, Seito felt the power that he had just gained decrease and return to its original level. This was the White Dragon Emperor's weakening ability. Then at the same time, a violent aura erupted from the White Dragon Emperor's body. In other words, in a battle with the White Dragon Emperor, I can only end it quickly. Seito narrowed his eyes and thought. At this moment, a white light flashed, and the White Dragon Emperor instantly appeared in front of Seito and kicked at Seito. Pure speed can't do anything to me. Seito laughed. Then, he opened his martial intent and mind's eye at the same time. In the most mysterious way, he grabbed the white dragon's ankle and threw it to the ground below. Shio! The white dragon flew to the ground like a white meteor. Seito didn't let it go. His body jumped and chased after it at a speed several times the speed of sound. Almost in the blink of an eye, he came in front of the white dragon and punched at it. The white dragon stretched out its palm. Bang! The fist and the palm immediately collided with each other. In the next second, there was a loud boom. The white dragon's arm immediately retreated, and its body fell to the ground at an even faster speed. The hitting the bull through the mountain can't be used. Seito raised his eyebrows and said, "Can it be that only by using the forbidden hand can I win?" Boom! Just as he was thinking, the white dragon's body slammed into the Horse King Academy's field below, creating a huge crater and kicking up a large cloud of dust. An invisible shockwave spread out in all directions. "It's the white dragon," Genova said with wide eyes. "So strong." Junai sighed softly. "I wonder if the money in Cheng's hands is enough to compensate for the damages." Then, Junai said with some schadenfreude. Boom! Just as her voice fell, a huge bolt of lightning immediately fell from the sky, directly striking the white dragon in the field. The lightning exploded, forming thousands of tiny sparks that spread out in all directions. However, what was shocking was that the white dragon's figure did not appear in the crystal-like crater. It was obvious that it had dodged the lightning with extreme speed the moment it struck. Then, everyone saw a white light flash before their eyes, and it flew diagonally into the sky. Good timing. Seito, who had discovered the white dragon's figure through his divine sense, shouted softly. With a flip of his hand, he took out a palm-sized bronze mirror. He channeled his power into it, and a white light shot out from the bright white surface of the mirror, heading straight for the white dragon. The white dragon moved sideways and dodged the attack, but the white light followed closely behind him. No matter how he dodged, he could not shake it off. Humph! The white dragon, who was tired of being chased, snorted coldly and turned around. He ignored the white light behind him and charged straight at Seito. Swoosh! The white light flashed and shone on the white dragon's body. Then, the white dragon's flying movement paused. The jade on his body and the energy-solidified wings on his back flickered together. It seems that although the rules are different and the vitality changes, the sky concealment mirror has lost the ability to break any magic treasure sword light like it did in the Shushan world, but it can still achieve a certain degree of interference. Seito was pleasantly surprised when he saw the white dragon's transformation. Originally, He did not expect the sky concealment mirror to be effective. After all, the rules and vitality fluctuations of this world were very different from the Shushan world. He only took it out with the mentality of giving it a try. Anyway, whether it was effective or not, he was not afraid when the white dragon got close to him. However, he did not expect that although the sky concealment mirror's effect was greatly reduced, it still had a certain degree of interference, which gave him an unexpected surprise. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Seito immediately stretched out his arm and pointed at the white dragon. In an instant, the white dragon's body flashed slightly, and its limbs and head immediately separated from its body, turning into independent individuals that appeared in the sky more than 10 meters away from its torso. It was still swaying there. Void Space Connection Technique. Chapter 1718. The so-called void plane space connection technique was to turn a part of space into nothingness and then connect it with a distant space point located in another position to achieve a situation where the two were in the same position but different images. The so-called in the same position but different images referred to the current situation of the white dragon. Its limbs were clearly scattered, but it was still alive as if they were still connected to the body. In fact, they were indeed still connected. Seito was not stupid. In any case, this guy who borrowed the name of White Dragon Arubian as his name, and whose real name was Wally, Lucifer, was the child raised by the fallen angel governor Asashurs. Although Seito had doubts about some of the things he did now, their relationship had never changed. If Seito really killed him, he might have to face the perverted Asashurs. In that case, how could Seito make a deal with that old guy and get the manufacturing technology of artificial artifacts from him? Although the artifacts in this world did not seem to have any secrets, Seito could make up the numbers casually. Then Seito flipped his hand and put away the sky mirror. He appeared in front of Wally's remaining body in a flash. Don't try to use magic power to break through. That will only send you to the real absolute mirror and turn you into a torn corpse. Seito stretched out his hand and knocked on the white dragon armor wrapped around his body, making a dang-dang sound. Boost! Divide! As soon as he finished speaking, the time was up. Two heavy low roars came from the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet and the White Dragon Emperor's armor one after another. Once again, Itose experienced the feeling of a sudden rise and fall in power. At the same time, unsurprisingly, the aura emanating from the White Dragon Emperor also became stronger. The void trembled, causing the void plane space connection technique released by Seito to ripple. It seemed like it was about to break. Restrain your aura, Seito shouted softly. There were still many things to do. Wally, who did not want to die, was also obedient. He retracted his explosive aura and let the void point stabilize again. I admit defeat. Then Wally admitted defeat very simply. Very good. But sorry, I can't accept it. Seito chuckled. After saying those words, he flicked his palm. A pitch-black long saber appeared in his hand. It was the demigod artifact, Divine Saber Celestial Clouds. However, in terms of specifications, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to categorize it as a god's destruction tool in this world. After all, Celestial Clouds was a semi-god with the ability to kill gods. The only thing they lacked was a suitable host. If they could find a suitable host like Hui Na from the Clear Autumn Courtyard, they would definitely be able to unleash a shocking amount of combat power. What are you doing? Vale asked in a low voice. You'll find out later, Seito replied casually. As he spoke, he held the saber in front of him. He pressed the tip of the saber against the outside of the White Dragon Emperor's armor, then exerted force with his arm and pushed the saber forward. Creak, creak, a sharp sound of friction rang out in the sky. Don't waste your energy. The White Dragon Emperor's defense isn't something you can break with a strange, pitch-black saber. Vale sneered. That saber is dangerous. Just as Veil's voice fell, the white dragon Arubian's voice rang out and said, "It's white. You're right. That's a weapon of the same level as us." The red dragon Emperor's jade flashed, and Drake's voice rang out. "It's red. Looks like you've found a good host." Arubian said, "It's white. You're wrong. I didn't find him. He found me." Drake retorted. After a pause, Drake continued, "And it depends on the situation. He found you now." At this time, accompanied by a crisp crack, a crack appeared on the white dragon Emperor's armor, then gradually widened and swallowed the pitch-black saber tip of celestial clouds bit by bit. Seito continued to exert force with both hands and destroyed the white dragon Emperor's armor. Divine artifact extraction? After a moment of silence, Arubian asked again. Drake didn't speak, silently agreeing with Arubian's words. "You!" Veil roared when he heard Arubian's speculation, because he knew very well that no host who had their divine artifact extracted could survive unless there was a miracle. But how could it happen if there was a miracle? "Don't worry, you won't die," Seito said in a low voice. "Do you think I'll believe that?" Veil mocked. "You really won't die," Drake said. "He's very strong and has a lot of abilities. My previous host was saved by him after I was extracted by him." Veil was silent when he heard Drake's words. After all, the reputation of the two sky dragons was there, and he had to believe it. "In fact, the best way now is for you to take back the White Dragon Emperor's forbidden hand yourself. It will save me the trouble, and we can deal with the matter as soon as possible." Seito, who had created an inch-long crack on the White Dragon Emperor's armor with celestial clouds, said in a low voice, "Don't even think about it." Veil snorted coldly. Then Seito's expression changed, and he immediately used instant transmission to dodge. In the next moment, a golden light flashed, and a black-haired young man holding a stick, wearing ancient china armor, and a golden headband appeared in front of Veil's body. Looking at the appearance of the person, Seito naturally thought of the other party's name, Beautiful Monkey. "It looks like you're in a mess, Veil," Beautiful Monkey said frivolously. "You don't have to say that," Veil said in a muffled voice. "Ha ha ha, Veil, your current appearance is so interesting." Then, a burst of bell-like laughter sounded. Then, a girl wearing a black dress with two triangular cat ears on her head appeared near Wally's head and teased him. She was wearing a black dress, but her chest wasn't tightly pressed. Instead, it was slightly opened, revealing her fair and plump semicircle. Her hair was pitch black, but there were two triangular cat ears on her head. "Okay, Black Song, think about it later. Now, let's restore Veil's body," the black-haired young man, Beautiful Monkey, said without turning his head. "Understood, Meow," the cat-eared girl named Black Song responded. Then, she gently waved her hands, and a mysterious power that was very similar to the pure essence of the world spread out from her hands. She undid the void space connection technique that Seito cast on Veil's body, and reconnected Veil's limbs and head to his body. "Thank you, Black Song." Veil moved his body and said, "Now, let's start the second round, Red Dragon Emperor's host." Then Veil raised his head and looked at Seito and said lightly. But at the same time, an extremely strong cold murderous aura spread out from Veil's body, stirring the wind and clouds in the sky. Obviously, this guy had the intention to kill. Devil's chess, Devil's chess. Sigh, it seems that I have to ask someone for a set later. This kind of random method is really a headache. Seito sighed helplessly. After saying that, his body shook, and two shadow doppelgangers separated from his body. Interesting. Beautiful Monkey said excitedly. Then Seito took out two items and handed them to the two shadow clones beside him. "Come on, Veil." After that, the power of his whole body burst out, and the red armor that only reached his forearm quickly extended, covering Seito's entire body almost in the blink of an eye, forming a red full-body armor that protected Seito's body. "Forbidden Hand, Red Dragon Emperor's armor. Then Veil's figure flashed, and he rushed over with White Dragon Emperor's protection. One each, Veil shouted in a low voice, and he also turned into a red light to meet Saito. Boost! Divide! Almost at the moment when the two collided, a familiar deep voice sounded at the same time. Then Saito once again experienced the feeling of a sudden increase and decrease in power, and the aura of White Dragon Emperor increased. Saito didn't care about this, and he just used the internal gestation technique to strengthen his mind and enhance the power of Forbidden Hand. Boom! The two collided and formed a thunderous explosion, creating a shockwave visible to the naked eye that spread out in all directions. Then, Saito fully concentrated on controlling the Red Dragon Emperor's armor, and used all of his power and techniques to fight against White Dragon Emperor Veil, who was very talented in fighting. For a moment, thunderous roars echoed in the sky. What kind of strange move is this? Divine artifact. On the other side, the beautiful monkey who was entangled by a white light that was flying and circling around him screamed. Saito didn't answer, and he made a gesture with one hand, creating a sea of thunder, and smashing towards the beautiful monkey who was entangled by the heavenly sword. Aren't you the descendant of the monkey? Then I'll use the real immortal technique to deal with you. Let's see what you can do. At the same time, Saito's other shadow clone also used the power of the Haotian mirror that could break thousands of forbidden spells, as well as his superficial understanding of time magic to fight against Deshang Heigo, who was proficient in magic, immortal technique, angelic technique, barrier, and space magic. In a short moment, the entire sky above the Horse King Academy was covered by a large number of lights, and there were earth-shaking roars and invisible impacts. What an intense battle! Looking up at the battle in the sky, Genova's eyes flashed with excitement. "Sister," Kitten muttered nervously. Riaz patted Kitten's shoulder without saying anything. However, that kind of silent support could be clearly felt. "President, should we go up and help?" Junai turned to ask Riaz. "This is Cheng's battle, let's trust him." Riaz hesitated for a moment, then shook her head and said softly. Junai nodded and looked up at the battle in the sky again. "Yudo, look after those two guys, don't let them escape." Riaz turned her head and spoke to her fellow woodworkers, who were watching over the unconscious Korkabor and mad Father Freed. "Don't worry, President." Kiba Yudo nodded in response. Chapter 17-19. P.S. Time is passed down from top to bottom. The repetitive part is being changed. It will be done in a while. Saito, who was covered in crimson armor, punched Wally's cheek. Bang! Crack! A muffled sound rang out. The armor shattered and flew away, revealing the white tender skin under the White Dragon Emperor's helmet. At the same time, under the bombardment of this huge force, Wally's body flew out uncontrollably. Saito stepped on the void, shaking out a visible impact ripple. His body turned into a red light, then he rushed to Wally's side and kicked Wally's body again. Bang! Crack! In the familiar shattering sound, the White Dragon Emperor's breastplate shattered, revealing the thin inner armor inside. Then Saito chased after Wally again, using his basic punches and kicks that had been sublimated to the level of a godly skill to chase after Wally, who was beaten up. In fact, from the very beginning, Wally did not have much of an advantage. Although he had Divide, a powerful skill that harmed others to strengthen himself, don't forget that Saito also had Boost, an ability that strengthened himself. Although it was not as strong as Divide, he could still keep his ability from dropping. Coupled with the martial arts, magic, immortal arts, and abilities that Saito learned from wandering in various worlds, as well as the solid foundation and rich combat experience honed from years of fighting and training, it was not comparable to Wally, who had relatively simple means. So it didn't take long for Wally to completely fall into a disadvantage. He was suppressed by Saito. If he didn't rely on the energy that was far beyond Saito's strength to resist, Maybe he would have been defeated in 20 seconds at the beginning of the battle. And judging from the current situation, Wally was not far from being defeated. Sure enough, in less than half a minute, Saito blasted Wally's head again. Wally instantly fainted under the impact of the huge force, and his body fell to the ground like a dead object. Saito stretched out his hand, and Wally's body stopped falling. In a flash, he appeared in front of Saito. Arubian removed the forbidden hand. Saito looked at the tattered, white dragon emperor's wings and said lightly. After that, the round jade on the white dragon emperor's armor flickered slightly, then it quickly disappeared in a white light, revealing a gray-haired young man who looked about 17 or 18 years old. Itomori knew that this handsome boy was the descendant of Demon King Lucifer, Wally Lucifer. Then with a thought, Itose threw Varley into the magic cube world. Then his figure flashed, and he appeared in an extremely embarrassed state. Various spells were either broken by the Hautian mirror or Saito's other spells and abilities. Touching Heiji's back reached out and slashed her neck. Meow? Sensing the danger, touching Heiji's pupils immediately shrank. She didn't seem to make any movements, but an invisible barrier appeared behind her. Bang! Saito's attack was blocked. Touching Heigu turned around. She waved a black flame toward Saito. Saito flicked his finger and shot out a cluster of indistinct purple-green flames. In the next second, the cluster of flames instantly exploded, forming a vast sea of purple-green flames that swallowed the black flame. There was almost no sound. The black flame disappeared and was burned into nothingness by the purple-green flames. Then, the purple-green flames expanded and spread out, burning toward Touching Heigu. Seeing this, Touching Heiji's expression changed. She waved her hands and created invisible barriers in front of her to resist the flames. But at this moment, the green light that made her feel rather powerless shone over, destroying one invisible barrier after another at an extremely fast speed, rendering all her previous efforts useless. It had to be said that although the rules and vitality were different, the power of the Hautian mirror was still not reduced. As long as the opponent used the vitality of heaven and earth to attack the forbidden technique, it could break it with one light. It was indeed worthy of the reputation of being an ancient treasure in the Shushan world. It was much more powerful than the restricted heaven-escaping mirror. Ah, I'm so angry! Touching Heigu shouted. She gathered all the vitality in her body and formed a wide range of lightning that blasted toward the sea of purple-green flames. Then Touching Heigu shouted, "Wally!" No need to shout. He has been defeated and imprisoned by me, Saito said calmly as he stretched his arm forward and chopped in the air. In an instant, he chopped out a passage in the sea of lightning. What? Touching Heiji's cat eyes shrank and her expression changed. At the moment when she was distracted, the shadow clone immediately teleported to her side and punched. Touching Heigu was Touching Heigu after all. After seeing the attack, she immediately came back to her senses. With a thought, she created a black fire curtain that emitted a strong demonic aura in front of her as a defense. But in the next moment, the blue light burst out and a hole was melted in the fire curtain. Everything penetrated through the hole and hit her abdomen hard. Bang! The powerful force penetrated her internal organs, causing Touching Heigu to bend over in pain. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of sour gastric juice. Then, the fire curtain disappeared. A white palm reached out from the void and gently touched her slender white neck. Bang! Touching Heiji's eyes rolled and she immediately fainted. Saito stepped on the cloth and put Touching Heigu into the Rubik's Cube world. Puff! In the next moment, the shadow clone exploded and returned to his body. Saito waved his arm and put away the Hautian mirror and the purple and green Tusita fire around him. He used the distance shrinking technique and stepped near the beautiful monkey who was surrounded by a large number of restrictions, entangled by flying swords, and harassed by thunder, fire, ice, and gold spells. She had no choice but to use all her strength to deal with it. He raised his hand and gently snapped his fingers. Snap! Almost at the same time the sound was heard, the lightning, flames, ice blades, and black wind all disappeared. The sword light flew back to Ito's side and went straight into his body, freeing the beautiful monkey. Wally and Heigo? The beautiful monkey, who had just let out a small sigh of relief, raised her eyebrows. She quickly looked around and searched the sky, frowning. The two of them have become my prisoners, Ito said calmly. How is that possible? The beautiful monkey said in disbelief. Others might not know the strength of Wally and Heigo, but as their companion, how could he not know? One of them had the strength of a demon king, and had a god's destruction tool of the same level as the White Dragon Emperor. If the White Dragon Emperor used its full power, the current demon king, other than Sajix, would be no match for him. Although the other was only at the highest level of the demons, he had many tricks up his sleeve. He could use immortal spells, magic spells, angelic spells, and barriers. Among them, the barrier was even more powerful. If it was opened with the same power, it could even kill a demon king. How could he lose just like that? Speak, what did you do to the two of them? The beautiful monkey pointed his staff at Ito and asked with a gloomy expression. I told you, the two of them have become my prisoners, Ito said calmly. Seeing that Ito still said this, the beautiful monkey frowned and couldn't help but hesitate. After all, the guy in front of him also had a god's destruction tool, the Red Dragon Emperor. As an existence that had been fighting the White Dragon Emperor since ancient times, it wasn't impossible for him to defeat the White Dragon Emperor. Plus, the powerful immortal spell this guy used just now? And the strange divine artifact in his hand? It seemed like it was possible for him to defeat Heigo? In that case, I'll take you down, the beautiful monkey said loudly. After saying that, his figure flashed and he suddenly appeared in front of Ito and swung his staff at him. Ito moved his feet and his figure flashed. He immediately appeared behind the beautiful monkey and stretched out his hand to slap the monkey's back. Sensing the attack coming, the beautiful monkey bent down and sent the staff out from under his armpit towards Ito's chest. Ito flashed back and then flashed again. He appeared in front of the beautiful monkey using instant transmission and raised his knee toward the beautiful monkey's face. The beautiful monkey forcefully twisted his body and brushed past Ito's knee to avoid the attack. Then, he used the monkey steals the peach to grab Ito's vital part in the lower body. Ito turned his foot and stepped on the monkey's arm. He pushed down hard and his body shot up in the opposite direction, dodging the monkey's attack. Then, he stretched out his hand and a bolt of lightning instantly shot out. Crack! The beautiful monkey couldn't dodge and could only stimulate the energy of his immortal spell to protect his body. Pah! The lightning exploded, revealing the beautiful monkey who was almost unscathed. In that case, I'll take you down, the beautiful monkey said loudly. After saying that, his figure flashed and he suddenly appeared in front of Ito and swung his staff at him. Ito moved his feet and his figure flashed. He immediately appeared behind the beautiful monkey and stretched out his hand to slap the monkey's back. Sensing the incoming attack, the beautiful monkey bent down and pushed the staff out from under his armpit, hitting Ito's chest. Ito dodged and retreated. Then, he flashed again and appeared in front of the beautiful monkey using teleportation. He raised his knee and aimed it at the monkey's face. The beautiful monkey forcefully twisted his body and brushed past Ito's knee to avoid the attack. Then, he used the monkey steals the peach to grab Ito's vital part in the lower body. Ito turned his foot and stepped on the monkey's arm. He pushed down hard and his body shot up in the opposite direction, dodging the monkey's attack. Then, he stretched out his hand and a bolt of lightning instantly shot out. Crack! The beautiful monkey couldn't dodge, and could only stimulate the energy of his immortal spell to protect his body. Pah! The lightning exploded, revealing the beautiful monkey who was almost unscathed. Seito turned his foot and stepped on the monkey's arm. He pushed down hard and his body shot up in the opposite direction, dodging the monkey's attack. Then, he stretched out his hand and a bolt of lightning instantly shot out. Chapter 1720. P.S. Thanks to @AnIceX for the tip. Ayaya, so scary. Looking at the giant red palm coming down from the sky, the monkey let out a strange cry. His body flashed, and he turned into a streak of golden light, instantly escaping the range of the giant palm. Somersault cloud. Seeing this, Seito narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. As the descendant of the monkey was lucky enough to inherit his two famous treasures, the Jingu staff and the somersault cloud. Among them, the Jingu staff's effect was the same as the legends. It could change its size, length at will. On the other hand, the somersault cloud became a divine artifact that was purely used for running and teleporting. In terms of effect, it was somewhat similar to the somersault cloud in Dragon Ball. Then Seito turned into a streak of lightning and quickly chased after the monkey amidst a rumble of thunder. Take this! Hearing the thunder, the monkey turned his head. Seeing the lightning speed, he immediately howled and lashed out with his staff. While flying, the front end of the staff grew as thick as a pillar, carrying the 5 elements of heaven and earth's chi, stirring up the wind to meet the lightning. If it was under normal circumstances, Seito naturally wouldn't be afraid of this little immortal technique. Unfortunately, he was currently in the escape technique state. His defense against physical attacks was halved, and his resistance against magical attacks was negative 100%. Therefore, he could only reappear in his physical form, teleport, and disappear from the spot. Whoosh! The staff swept across and destroyed the illusion that Seito left behind. Bang! In the next instant, the monkey raised one arm and blocked the leg that suddenly kicked out from the void. I hate people like you who hide the head and show the tail the most. The monkey shouted with a face full of displeasure. Then, he raised his leg and kicked high at Seito, who appeared from the void. Seito blocked with his arm. He went up to meet the monkey. Boom! A violent explosion sounded between the two of them. Then, Seito's figure leaped. He flew into the sky. Is this the close combat use of the immortal technique? Feeling the pain from his palm, Ito-sei thought. In this world, the usage of immortal spells was very similar to the spells in the cultivation world. They both used the chi of heaven and earth to attack. However, the range of immortal spells was much wider than spells. Not only did they contain the natural energy of heaven and earth, but they also contained the essence of the aura of all things. It was very similar to Guang Yi's life energy. Therefore, the senjutsu in this world could not only use all kinds of strange magic attacks, but it could also strengthen the body like Dragon Ball's ki, Naruto's chakra, and Hunter's telekinesis, giving the user powerful close combat ability. Some experts in the field of immortal arts could even use methods similar to sealing acupoints and cutting off meridians. They could cut off the flow of life energy in the opponent's body through contact and inflict internal damage. It could be said to be an extremely terrifying ability, and there weren't many ways to deal with it. In terms of strangeness, it completely outclassed the magic of the demons, the magic of the magicians, and the light spells of the angels in this world. Obviously, as the descendant of the monkey, the beautiful monkey was such an expert in immortal spells. Unfortunately, when it comes to using ki, I'm really not afraid. The energy in his body shook slightly, and the chaotic aura on his palm that was caused by the monkey's immortal attack was restored. He regained control of his palm. Where do you think you're going? As the monkey shouted, the thick stick in front of him once again whipped towards Seito's body. The corner of Seito's mouth curled up slightly. He lowered his waist like a horse, retracted his right fist to his waist, and looked straight at the thick stick flying towards his face. A strange aura. It spread out from Sei Ito's body. Ha! The head of the stick smashed down, and it was about to hit Sei Ito's face. But at this moment, with a low shout, Sei Ito fiercely punched forward with the fist at his waist, and it collided with the stick first. Boom! There was a loud boom, and the clouds exploded, and a tsunami-like shock wave quickly spread out in all directions. Under the bombardment of this huge force, the beautiful monkey's stick was knocked outwards. Then, Sei Ito's figure flashed, and dozens of illusionary clones appeared. They circled around the stick and came to the beautiful monkey's side, attacking him from all directions. For a moment, the beautiful monkey could not tell which was real and which was fake. In this regard, the beautiful monkey's response was very simple. He directly shouted, and the immortal chi in his body exploded, stirring up the surrounding heaven and earth essence, and attacking all the Sei Ito clones. In an instant, the illusion created by Sei Ito's teleportation was destroyed by the immortal chi. Over there. At the same time, the beautiful monkey used the immortal chi to sense Sei Ito's location, and with a thought, he retracted the Jingu Bang to its original size, turned around, and swung the stick. White clouds of immortal chi wrapped around the body of the stick and surged over. Sei Ito revealed himself and stretched out his hand to slap it. Bang! In an instant, an invisible barrier blocked the path of the stick, stopping it. Then, Sei Ito's feet spun, and his body appeared and disappeared like a ghost. He moved around the beautiful monkey, and in the process, he used his palms to attack the beautiful monkey with the 5 elements, including thunder, fire, ice, thick wood, heavy earth, and sharp metal, from time to time. The beautiful monkey fully activated his immortal chi, and used all his strength to sense the flow of chi around him. He used the Jingu Bang in his hand and his fists and feet to resist the various attacks from Sei Ito. For a moment, an irregular ball wrapped in various kinds of energy appeared in the sky. Then, after about a minute, a figure suddenly jumped out. It was Sei Ito. Then, he opened his mouth and shouted, "Activate!" As soon as his voice fell, the figures that were still surrounding the beautiful monkey immediately bloomed with magnificent light, forming a ball that emitted a faint golden light, and completely wrapped the beautiful monkey inside. What is this? A barrier? Seeing that the attack had stopped, the beautiful monkey looked at the round ball of light that wrapped around him, and asked. "You can say so," Sei Ito said calmly. Just like how the beautiful monkey couldn't understand the heavenly sword, which was transformed from a flying sword, and thought it was a divine artifact. He also couldn't understand the existence of something like a formation, and only thought it was a special barrier made with immortal chi. I really didn't expect it. The current Red Dragon Emperor is actually a cultivator of immortal arts. The beautiful monkey sighed. Immortal arts, just like its Oriental name, were the main power of the Oriental people. Among them, there was also the demon race that dominated. Therefore, under normal circumstances, cultivators of immortal arts couldn't be found outside of Middle-earth. Even Japan, which was separated from the mainland by an ocean, was eroded by the power of demons, Catholics, and magicians. There weren't many pure cultivators of immortal arts that could be found. However, something like this alone won't be able to trap me. The beautiful monkey chuckled and unleashed all of his power. Almost instantly, the faint golden light that wrapped the beautiful monkey trembled violently, as if it was going to break at any time. Seeing this, Sei Ito raised his arm slightly, and the index and middle fingers of his right hand formed a sword finger. He poured power into his fingertips, and with the sky as his finger, he quickly waved his arm and wrote. Under the command of Sei Ito's finger, soon golden seal characters that emitted golden light appeared in the sky, and then one by one turned into light, shooting into the golden ball of light that wrapped the beautiful monkey. In an instant, the ball of light lit up and stabilized. Then, Seito flicked his 5 fingers, and 5 rays of light that were gold, red, yellow, black, and green respectively shot out, entering the ball of light. The next moment, the surface of the ball of light flashed slightly, and then quickly dimmed. Then, a large amount of chi of heaven and earth seemed to be attracted by something, and swarmed towards the dim ball of light, enveloping it tightly. Then, Seito stretched out his hand, and the ball of light immediately flew in front of him, rapidly shrinking into a ball the size of a tennis ball, and fell into his palm. Seito flipped his hand and put it away. At this point, the chaotic battle was declared over. Seito's figure flashed, and he landed on the field of Horse King Academy, which was already in ruins. "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" Seeing Seito, Rias exhaled softly and asked, "Do I look like I've been hurt?" Seito spread his arms and laughed softly. "But you're really brave. All right," Junai added with a smile. Seito smiled and didn't say anything. As expected of the current Red Dragon Emperor, so strong. Genova looked at Seito with sparkling eyes and said. Seito also smiled, and didn't say anything. Then, he turned his head to look at Kitten, who looked hesitant as if she wanted to say something, and asked, "What's wrong, Kitten?" Of course, he was asking the obvious. As someone who knew about the relationship between Black Song and Kitten, he naturally knew why Kitten was acting like this. But just like how he pretended to be ignorant when he knew about Junai's family situation, this was a necessary process. Otherwise, acting like he knew everything would easily arouse the suspicion of others, and he wouldn't be able to gain their trust. "Teacher, my elder sister, how is she?" Kitten asked. "Elder sister?" Seito pretended to be surprised, and asked in return. "The woman who was fighting with you just now." Rias sighed softly and said. "As for the details, she didn't say anything else. Oh, she was temporarily locked up by me. But since she's Kitten's elder sister, then I'll just let her go." Seito didn't ask any further, and smiled nonchalantly. After that, with a thought, Taching Heije, who was still in a coma, appeared at the feet of Ito-sei. "Phew, I didn't expect to see her again in such a way." Rias's tone was full of emotion. "Junai." Then Rias summoned. As expected of the queen, who worked well with Rias, after hearing Rias's words, she immediately understood what Rias meant. She slowly walked to the unconscious Black Song, and used magic to seal Black Song's power. "Oh right, I'm going to take Korkabor and Freed away later. Is that okay?" As if he remembered something, Seito turned his head to look at Korkabor and Freed, who were piled up together, and asked. "Sorry, Freed needs to be sent back to the Vatican for trial. He can't be handed over to you." Before Rias could say anything, Genova on the side retorted first. "Can you tell me why you want the 2 of them?" Rias looked straight at Seito and asked. "You know, I'm very interested in things like divine artifact. I just happened to hear that the governor of the Fallen Angels has a lot of research in this area, so I plan to use Korkabor to make a deal with him in exchange for some of his research on divine artifact." Seito shrugged. "As for Freed, he's just an extra. After all, the White Dragon Emperor just said that he seems to have some things to ask him." "Is that so?" Rias said in realization. Also, if Korkabor really fell into the hands of the demons, it wouldn't be easy to deal with him, right? Seito said again. "Indeed." Rias thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Who was Korkabor? He was a member of the core group of the Fallen Angels, the son of God's Watchers, the highest level of the Fallen Angels, and a survivor of the last Great War. In layman's terms, he was a legend, a hero. Although his personality might be a little bad, and his thoughts were a little silly, it did not change the fact that he had a certain reputation among the fallen angels. Although he could be used in exchange for a certain amount of benefits, it was more likely to arouse the anger of some of Korkabor's admirers among the fallen angels, causing them to take the risk and create trouble. In the end, it would really cause a new war as Korkabor hoped. Therefore, the best way was to immediately contact Asashel after capturing him and secretly return Korkabor, nipping everything in the bud. However, this way both the demons and the fallen angels would have more things to do, and it would be better not to capture the trouble that was Korkabor in the first place. This was also one of the reasons why Asashel sent the White Dragon Emperor, Wali, to capture him. As for the original work, it was probably to take a look at the current Red Dragon Emperor. Alright then, I'll leave them to you, the smart Riaz decided. Thank you, Riaz. Seito thanked her, then turned around and walked to the side, lifting Korkabor and freed from the ground. Looking at Seito's actions, Genova moved his mouth and fell silent. Just as he said to Wisteria Irina in the original work, her beliefs were flexible. Under the premise that he could survive, he was completely capable of giving up on some things that he believed in. Also, Riaz, please help me buy a set of devil's chess. Seito turned to Riaz and smiled. Why do you want to buy devil's chess? Riaz asked curiously. Devil's chess, as the name suggested, was a toy that only demons could use. In other words, to use devil's chess, one had to be a demon. Otherwise, one would not be able to unleash the subordinate effect and power of devil's chess. And obviously, Seito was a pure human, so he could not use devil's chess. Research. Seito smiled. Alright, I got it. I'll find someone to buy it for you. Riaz's gaze wandered around Seito's face as she nodded and said. Seeing that Riaz agreed, Seito did not hesitate anymore. His figure flashed and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Chapter 1721. In the next moment, Seito's figure appeared in the apartment he rented in the town. He didn't know what order Linari received, but she didn't appear in the room at this time. Seeing this, Seito didn't care. With a thought, colorful light threads immediately flowed out of his hand. They crawled along the bodies of Keber and Fred, as if they were intelligent. In the blink of an eye, they covered their whole bodies, then with a slight flash, they disappeared into the bodies of the two. In an instant, the aura exuding from the two faded at a clear speed, and in a while, they were reduced to the level of ordinary people. Then, Seito's thoughts moved again, and he took Keber and Fred into the Rubik's Cube world. He threw the two on an uninhabited island, then he came to the void of the Rubik's Cube world and appeared beside Varley. Seito stepped in the void, walked to Varley's side, and pressed his hand on his chest. However, at this moment, Varley, who was supposed to be unconscious, opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he raised his right hand high, and a blazing white energy beam gushed out from his palm. Whoosh! The light beam broke through the air, and flew more than 100 meters in an instant. Then, Varley, who launched a sneak attack, did not hesitate and immediately used the White Dragon Emperor's forbidden technique, White Dragon Emperor's Wings. With a flash of light, the familiar image of the armored man once again appeared in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. But here, Varley's movements still didn't stop, and he shouted loudly again. Request fulfilled, Arubian I awaken as the reason of usurping hegemony, the cause of the two heavenly dragons. The body envies the infinite, the heart seeks the dream. I, the overbearing white dragon, shall fall thee to the limit of unsullied, juggernaut driver. In an instant, an extremely violent power erupted from Varley, who was wearing a white armor. The power was like a tangible blade, stirring up the void of the Rubik's Cube world, causing ripples visible to the naked eye. If this was the real world sky at this time, this power could definitely cut through the air, shatter space, and create many broken spatial rifts. Tyrannosaurus. Seito narrowed his eyes as he looked at White Dragon Emperor Wally wrapped in white light. What a stubborn guy. Even at the risk of losing his lifespan and getting lost in the curse, he still wants to use the Tyrannosaurus power that he hasn't fully grasped to fight against me? Just as he was thinking about this, a white light flashed and appeared in front of Ito as if he had teleported. Bang! An invisible barrier appeared. It blocked Wally's fist, and a dull sound burst out. Unfortunately, this is not the outside world, but my magic cube world. Without the power to destroy a world with a single blow, you can't hurt me. Ito sighed silently and said to himself. Ito didn't do anything after that. Streaks of energy shot out from the void, entangling Wally. Wally turned his body and began to dodge quickly. Don't waste your energy, you can't escape. Ito said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, more light ropes emerged from the void, entangling Wally, who was flying all over the place like spirit snakes. Wally waved his fist and shot out energy beams that were comparable to the Demon King's attack. He intercepted the light rope's entanglement, increasing the space for himself to move, and secretly approached Ito with a clever route. But at this moment, a thick energy beam emerged from the void and blasted straight down. As if it was calculated, it directly bombarded White Dragon Emperor, who was rushing around like a ray of light. Boom! The light beam exploded. It bloomed with dazzling light like the sun. Fortunately, the light didn't last too long. In just a dozen seconds, it weakened again, and the situation in the void reappeared in front of Ito. Amidst the scattered light, a pale-faced man with broken armor could be seen. A young man with blood on the corner of his mouth was floating quietly in the air, coughing violently with pain on his face. Cough, cough, cough. In the next moment, the light ropes reappeared and quickly wrapped around Wally's limbs, waist and neck. They stretched out, then flashed slightly, exuding strange energy fluctuations, and began to suck the energy out of Wally's body. Only then did Ito remove the magic cube's protective barrier around him, stepped to Wally's side, and quietly looked at Wally's fierce eyes for a moment. Then Ito stretched out his finger and pressed on Wally's neck. Almost instantly, Wally's eyes rolled back and he fainted. At the same time, along with Wally's fainting, the broken armor on Wally's body also flashed slightly and exploded in a white light, turning into white light spots all over the sky and slowly disappearing. Arubian, cooperate. Ito put his hand on Wally's chest and said. White Dragon Emperor Arubian was silent. In this regard, Ito didn't care. With a slight smile, his palm slowly sank into Wally's body as if it was mud, and he began to extract the artifact. Probably because of the previous experience of extraction, or because White Dragon Emperor also recognized Ito as his new master, the extraction of the artifact was very smooth this time. It only took more than half an hour, and a white right arm guard appeared in Ito's palm. Take care of me in the future, Arubian. Ito smiled. Likewise. Arubian's voice came from White Dragon Emperor's armor. Red, I didn't expect that one day I would become the weapon of the same host at the same time as you. Then, Arubian said again. Yeah, the world is so wonderful. Drake's voice came from Ito's body, sighing. But partner, are you sure you want to fuse with Arubian? Then, Drake's voice was full of seriousness. You know, since ancient times, there has never been a host who has both of us at the same time, so we don't know what will happen when the time comes. Maybe you will die. This really needs to be considered carefully. Ito raised his eyebrows and said. Although he has the Rubik's Cube world and the power of the world in his hand, he can ignore the possible dangers. But Ito doesn't want to experiment with his own body. Besides, having the Red Dragon Emperor in his hand is enough. There is no problem in challenging those above his level. There is no need to fuse with White Dragon Emperor on this foundation. It is better to leave it to others to increase the combat power of the gods in his hand. In that case, I can only wrong you for a while, Arubian. Ito looked at White Dragon Emperor in his hand and said, Aren't you afraid that I will find a new host? White Dragon Emperor's jade flashed, and Arubian's voice came out. As long as you can leave here. Seito smiled faintly. After saying that, with a thought, White Dragon Emperor Arubian disappeared from his hand and was sealed in the storage space. Then Seito turned around and looked at Varley, whose life force was rapidly fading. He activated the divine power of the God of Life in his body and quickly created a mass of pure life energy that penetrated into Varley's body. Under the infusion of life energy, Varley's life force immediately soared. However, Seito knew that this was just an illusion. If he didn't continue to treat him, he believed that it wouldn't take long for Varley to die uncontrollably. Therefore, Seito didn't stop and continued to create pure life energy and instill it into Varley's body. He also used his mental power to guide this power to repair his body that was damaged by the power of the artifact. As expected of the descendant of the Demon King, the amount of magic power in his body is really exaggerated. Feeling the magic power in Varley's body, Seito couldn't help but be tongue-tied. It can't be helped. The amount is really amazing. It is much more than the energy in Seito's body. How can Seito, who has worked hard to cultivate for many years, endure this? If it weren't for the fact that the quality is inferior to the round energy in his body, Seito would have envied this guy. After a few hours, through Seito's unremitting efforts, Varley was rescued from the state of death. He was then sent to the deserted island and temporarily imprisoned with Corcobor and Fred there. As for the monkey, forget it. That guy has a big monkey, and the big monkey also has a pig and 2 monk companions. It's better not to provoke him if I can. Seito thought for a while, and gave up the idea of taking the 2 artifacts in the monkey's hands, the Jingu Bang and the Somersault Cloud. After thinking about it, his figure flashed and returned to the apartment rented in the Demon University world. He returned to the bedroom and meditated. In this way, a few hours passed unknowingly in the state of meditation. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, a series of chaotic noises came from the door. Seito's brows moved slightly. He withdrew from the state of meditation, put down his legs, and opened his eyes. Almost at the same time as he opened his eyes, the door closed with a bang sound. Seito stood up, walked out of the bedroom, and came to the living room. Sir. In the living room, Lineri, who was wearing a lavender dress and a beige breathable hooked coat, dressed as a normal human girl, hurriedly saluted and greeted Seito. Lineri, I have something for you. Seito said lightly. Please instruct, sir. Hearing the words, Lineri immediately knelt on one knee, lowered her head, and said respectfully, Contact the governor of the fallen angel, Athasiel. Tell him that the Red Dragon Emperor of this generation wants to see him and has a deal to discuss with him. Seito said. Chapter 1722. Yes, sir, Lineri replied respectfully. She then stood up and walked out of the room to contact her former master, the current governor of the fallen angels, Asashel, the old pervert. Bang! The door automatically closed tightly. After watching Lineri leave, Seito went into the bathroom and started his day of cleaning up. A few minutes later, Seito changed his clothes and walked out of the bathroom with a refreshed look. He put on his shoes and left the apartment, moving towards Kamaki Academy as usual. 10 minutes later, the bus stopped at a bus stop not far from Kamaki Academy. Seito and the students got off the bus and walked towards the academy. Good morning, teacher. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Ito. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Ito. Good morning. Along the way, the students' greetings kept ringing in his ears. Seito was like a good teacher who was close to the people, constantly responding to them. In this state, Seito soon entered the academy. With this speed, I'll definitely make a lot of money in the world of my previous life. Seito turned his head and looked at the gymnasium that was destroyed by Kobold's laser gun yesterday. He could not help but laugh. At this time, there was no trace of the ruins from before. It was almost exactly the same as before. If one did not look carefully, it would be difficult to tell that it was a newly built gymnasium. It sat quietly in its original position. Together with the field that was also repaired and flattened, there was no trace of a terrifying battle that could have destroyed a town. Seito then looked away and walked straight to the teacher's office to start a day of teaching. Leisurely and calmly, the day went by smoothly. Once again, it was time for school to end. As usual, Seito went to the Supernatural Research Society's office. Here. This is the devil's chess you wanted. In the club office, Riaz, who was sitting behind her desk, pulled open the drawer beside her and took out a rectangular black box. She placed it on the table and pushed it to the side. Oh! Seito's eyes lit up. He walked to the desk with interest and looked down. The box was about 30 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide. The black iron box was about 10 centimeters thick, and its surface was engraved with complicated and strange patterns. It looked like a magic array wrapped around the entire box. How do I open it? Seito looked up at Riaz and asked. Do you see the emblem on the box? Press your hand on it and pour your magic power into it, and the box will open. Riaz pointed at the center of the box, where there was a pattern that looked like a circle or a square. Seito nodded and placed his hand on the surface of the box. He infused the energy in his body into it. In an instant, a blood-red light bloomed from the box, illuminating the entire office in crimson. Crack! Then, a soft sound rang out, and a thin and long seam that could be seen with the naked eye appeared on the originally seamless box, splitting it horizontally into two halves. Whoosh! Then, there was a puff of black smoke. It gushed out from the seams on the box. It made the box look extremely dangerous, just like the ancient mechanical boxes that hid treasures. This is probably the producer's prank, Riaz explained when she saw Seito looking at her. All right, the demons in this world are indeed full of evil interests. Seito curled his lips and thought to himself. He obviously could not say that out loud, or else Riaz would be mad. Although he was not afraid of her being mad, after the smoke dispersed, Seito opened the box. In an instant, 8 soldiers, lying in 2 rows in the box, were reflected in Seito's eyes. Under the illumination of the lights in the office, they reflected a faint black light, indicating that they were not ordinary chess pieces. Seito reached out and took out a soldier chess piece from the square where the chess pieces were placed. He held it in front of him. The so-called soldier chess looked like a Chinese checker that had been enlarged several times, except that the bottom was thicker, and there was an additional ring under the ball at the top. It looked very layered. Seito turned the chess piece over and looked at the flat name at the bottom of the chess piece. As expected, a complex crimson magic circle appeared in front of Seito's eyes. But Seito knew that this magic circle was not all. There must be other secrets, or the way this devil chess piece was made was too simple. Seito looked away from the soldier chess piece and back into the box. He saw that under the soldier chess piece that was originally taken out, a horse head-shaped chess piece came into his sight. It was the knight chess piece. From these signs, it was not difficult to see that the remaining chariot chess pieces, monk chess pieces, king chess pieces, and queen chess pieces were all at the bottom of the box, covered by the soldier chess pieces on the top. Seeing this, Seito nodded, put the soldier chess piece back into the box, and closed the lid. Miraculously, the moment the lid closed, the lines disappeared from the box again, making the entire box look like it was one piece, not man-made. Thanks. Seito put away the devil chess piece and smiled at Riaz. You're welcome. Riaz smiled. How's the situation on your side? Riaz asked. I've sent the message out, just waiting for a Sashal's response, Seito replied. You should be careful. After all, the other party is not a simple character, Riaz said softly. Yes, I know. Seito smiled. By the way, where are Kitten and the others? Seito looked around the room and asked curiously. They're looking after Black Song. Junai is there too, Rias replied. Speaking of which, what's the deal with Kitten and Black Song? Seito pretended to be confused and asked. Sigh. Rias sighed, and softly told him about Tachin Kitten's background. As Seito found out through other channels, Tachin Kitten came from the Cat Demon clan. Her original form was a legendary species of the Cat Demon clan, the Cat Demon. Her body contained power that was not inferior to that of a dragon. She and her sister, Black Song, depended on each other since young, making a living in the underworld, avoiding the pursuit of various demons who coveted or envied them. Until one day they met their first master, a demon noble, and became the demon's dependent. He didn't know what kind of power the Devil's Chess had used to awaken the Nikomata bloodline in Heiji's body. After becoming a dependent, Heiji's power had increased to a frightening level in the shortest amount of time, and she had greatly surpassed her master. It was important to know that the magic power of demons had strong negative attribute. If one did not control it well, it was easy to get lost. So, under the temptation of power, Black Song, who had become a slave to power, killed her and the kitten's master one night, and became a lost demon. As for what happened after that, it was simple. The kitten, who saw Black Song kill her master with her own eyes, was scared out of her wits. She was terrified of Black Song, and when Black Song wanted to escape, she struggled violently and ran out of the demon's courtyard. Then, she was chased by the noble subordinates who discovered the situation. She was only chased by Sajik, who happened to pass by nearby, and was brought back to the Gimli family. She was handed over to Rias, who was only a few years older than the kitten, to take care of her. Tachin Black Song disappeared under the pursuit of the noble's forces, until she was captured in the Battle of the Two Sky Dragons. I have to say, Rias, the past of each of your dependent is so strange. Seito sighed. Humph. Rias snorted in dissatisfaction. Alright, I said the wrong thing. I apologize. Seito made a gesture of surrender. Shall we go and take a look? Seito then looked at Rias and suggested. All right. Rias thought about it and nodded in agreement. Then, she stood up from her seat and led Seito out of the club office, and walked towards another room in the old school building. Not long after, the two stopped in front of a door. Rias reached out and held the door handle and gently twisted it. Creak. The door opened. Hey, Bain, can you take me out for a walk? The moment the door opened, a pitiful female voice came from the room. It was Tachin Black Song's voice. As for the Bain she was talking about, she was calling Kitten, because the name Kitten was not her real name. It was given by Rias after she became Rias's dependent. The door opened and the scene inside was revealed. Tachin Black Song, who was still wearing the black uniform he was wearing when he was captured, stood behind Kitten. His hands were on her shoulders, and he was rubbing his face against Kitten's cheeks, acting cute and coquettishly. Kitten sat at the side expressionlessly, silently eating the lamb snack in her hand. Junai, who was half an outsider, stood at the side with a smile, watching Tachin Black Song fooling around. President Dunn. You're here. Hearing the door open, Junai turned to look at the door and greeted. Meow? It's the Red Dragon Emperor. Are you here to see me? Deshang, who also heard the sound of the door, turned to look at the door while maintaining his posture of sticking to the kitten. His expression was full of temptation as he coyly said, Looks like you're having fun. Seito raised his eyebrows and said, Of course. It's rare to find Bain. Black Song closed his eyes again, and rubbed his face against Kitten's. Then, Tachin Black Song opened his eyes, and looked at Seito with a seductive expression, and said seductively, Oh right, as a reward for helping me find Bain, let me use my body to thank you. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere in the room immediately became strange. At the same time, Takashima Junai, who was standing at the side, let out a familiar, hee-hee, strange laugh, which made people feel a little creepy. Chapter 1723. P.S. Thank you to Instacle Potato, Nick Finney, Can't See in the Dark, Always Late, and LMXY for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instacle Potato for his tip, and thank you to Hehe A Divine Word for his evaluation vote. Seito, who felt the strange atmosphere in the room, forced a smile and said, Hehe, it's a blessing for me to help Kitten find her sister. No need. Is that so? Taching Heije looked at Seito with a half-smile. Don't regret it later. Hehe. Seito could only force a smile. Then, Seito found an excuse and immediately left the Paranormal Research Society's old campus. He walked out of the campus and took the nearby bus back to his rented apartment. Bang. The door automatically closed. Sir. Seeing Seito return, Linari in the room immediately greeted him. Are you done? Ito-sei took off his shoes at the door and stepped into the living room. He asked softly. Yes, sir. Lord Asashers replied that we will meet at XXX Port at 10 o'clock tonight, Linari replied as her eyes followed Seito's movements. 10 o'clock. I see. Seito walked to the sofa and nodded. He lowered his body and sat down. He took the TV remote control from the fiberglass coffee table in front of him and turned on the TV. It's sunny in most parts of the country. On the TV screen that gradually lit up, the host's soft and pleasant voice came out. Seeing this, Linari tactfully stepped aside, turned around, walked into the kitchen, and began to prepare tonight's dinner for Ito-sei. Soon, a burst of noise came from the kitchen that was connected to the living room. Then, Seito threw away the remote control in his hand, flipped his palm, and took out the newly acquired devil's chest. His left hand covered the box and injected magical power. Clack. A familiar sound was immediately heard from the box. However, what was different from before was that this time, there was no pitch-black demonic smoke that made one's heart tremble. It simply cracked open. Seito's palm moved gently and opened the box. He took out a soldier chess piece from the square inside and held it in front of him. Releasing his mental power, he scanned the chess pieces in front of him. In an instant, a chess piece filled with strange veined patterns appeared in his mind through his mental senses. As expected, Seito, who was observing the chess pieces from a special perspective, thought to himself, "Looks like I'll have to trouble Rias again." With that thought in mind, Seito carefully observed the various patterns on the chess piece and deduced the possible formation of a magic array. He then put the chess piece back into the box. He closed the lid and stored it in the Rubik's Cube world. "Sir, it's time to eat." After another 3 or 4 minutes, Linari spoke. Seito stood up, turned around, and walked over to the table a few hours later, in the middle of the night. "Sir, we're here." At this time, Linari, who had turned back into a fallen angel, turned around and said to Seito. Seito nodded and followed Linari down. Clack. The two of them landed on the ground. Linari took the lead. She led Seito forward. This was a seaside, surrounded by a long and narrow tidal dam that stretched for hundreds of meters. A large number of concrete blocks were piled under the dam to withstand the waves that occasionally surged up to the shore. After walking along the dam for about a minute, Linari and Seito arrived at one end of the dam that protruded out to the sea. Immediately, a man wearing a dark-colored suit and jacket, dressed like the head of an ancient Japanese family, appeared. The back of a man who was holding a fishing rod and sitting at the front of the dam at night came into view. "Master, the Red Dragon Emperor is here." Linari stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and bowed her head respectfully. Obviously, the back of this person who looked like an ordinary person fishing here was the current fallen angel governor, the only powerhouse in the fallen angel race who had 6 pairs of 12 wings, Athashel. Ah, it's Linari. You're already here? Athashel said without turning his head. Hello. Your Excellency Athashel. Seito greeted. This time, Athashel finally stopped pretending, but he didn't look any better. He still maintained his sitting posture. He turned his head and looked at Seito. It was also at this time that Seito saw the true appearance of the fallen angel governor. It was similar to the appearance in the anime. His cheeks were slightly thin, his chin had a beard, and his eyes were dispirited. He looked like a dispirited uncle. However, he didn't know if it was because of the fallen angel's temperament or some other reason. The real version of Athashel was obviously more charming than the anime version. People couldn't help but have a good impression of him at first sight. Seito was even sure that if Athashel was willing to go out and cheat, he could definitely open a huge harem in the shortest time possible. Moreover, it was the kind that would appeal to both young and old. It turns out that the Red Dragon Emperor is here. Sorry for not going out to meet you. Sorry. Athashel smiled. However, judging from his tone and performance, it was really difficult to feel much sincerity from his word. Linari, you go down first. Then, Athashel said in a low voice. Yes, master. Linari lowered her head and responded. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 wings on his back unfolded, and he immediately flew into the sky, leaving behind only a few feathers, which fluttered down from the sky like cotton. My family's Linari has troubled you. Athashel's face showed a wretched expression that all men understood and smiled. Although the way he spoke was wretched, the hidden meaning made Seito's heart shudder, and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Her kung fu is very good. I'm very satisfied. Then, Seito's face also showed a lewd smile and replied. Then he asked, do all the women in the fallen angel tribe have such good kung fu? Athashel's fingers gently pinched his short beard and said thoughtfully, I don't know. However, the female fallen angels have a mission to seduce the men of the other tribe. It should be very good. Why? Is one Linari not enough? Athashel asked curiously. Well, for this kind of thing, the more the better. Seito shrugged and said. Then he stepped forward, walked to the front of the platform, and stood beside Athashel. It seems that we should have a common language. Athashel smiled. Is that so? I didn't realize that the governor was also a sentimental person. Seito smiled. Back then, it was because I wanted to have relations with women that I fell. That's why I fell. Asashel casually revealed the reason for his fall. Then he asked emotionally, Oh right, what do you like about women? Well, breasts, buttocks, legs, feet. Seito said after thinking about it. Your interests are really broad. Athashel sighed. What about the governor? Seito raised his eyebrows and asked. Of course it's the breast. That soft feeling, the touch when you hold it with both hands, it's all fascinating. At this time, Athashel didn't have the image of a fallen angel governor at all. His eyes shone brightly as he spoke. Governor, you really are a role model for our generation. Seito praised. You're too kind. Athashel waved his hand and said humbly. Then the two looked at each other and saw a hidden light in each other's eyes. Let's get down to business, Athashel said softly as he looked back at the float in the sea. Okay. Seito agreed. After speaking, he stretched his arm to the side and a huge circular bright white magic circle instantly appeared in the void. Then, Seito's arm continued to move forward and into the magic circle that was still rotating. Then he pulled hard and the 3 figures of Cubeverse, Fred, and the young man Wally quickly passed through the magic circle. As Seito's arm swung, they fell to the cement ground beside him. Bang bang bang. Of course, they were still unconscious at this time. The next moment, the magic circle disappeared. Seito looked at Athashel, who still had no change in expression, and said, Governor, I'm very interested in the results of your research on divine artifacts and would like to take a look at your research data. I didn't expect the Red Dragon Emperor to be interested in my useless research. That's really surprising. Athashel was surprised. It's just a personal hobby. Seito smiled. Well, no matter what, you've helped me solve some problems. I promise you that I'll share my research data on divine artifacts with you. Athashel glanced at the unconscious Cubeverse and said, Thank you very much. Seito placed his right hand on his chest and thanked him with a bow. But the data is all in my head. Can you give me a few days to organize it? Athashel continued. Naturally, there is no problem. Itose smiled. That's good. I'll ask Laneri to give you the data when the time comes, Athashel said. Then, Athashel put away the sea fishing rod and stood up from the stool. He looked at Cubeverse, Fred, and Varley on the ground and continued, I still have things to take care of here. Excuse me. That's great. I also have things to do. Goodbye. Seito knew that Athashel had things to take care of and said tactfully. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Looking at the spot where Seito disappeared, Athashel had a thoughtful expression on his face. Then, the magic circle under his feet spread out and enveloped Cubeverse, Fred, and Varley. In a burst of yellow light, they disappeared from the coast. On the other side, Itose returned to his apartment. Under the service of Laneri, who had been waiting for him for a long time, the night breeze blew, making all kinds of crisp sounds, chirps, and cries of birds. They did all kinds of brave things, like turning the river and the sea, directly attacking the enemy's den. The next day, the refreshed Seito woke up early as usual. After taking some time to wash up and change his clothes, he left the apartment and took a car to Colt King Academy to begin his day of teaching. However, as a physical education teacher, there was not much to do. So, after the roll call, Seito left the staff office and went to the old school building where the Supernatural Research Society was located. Finally, he stood in front of a room. Creak. With a soft sound, Seito turned the lock and opened the door. It's you? What, are you regretting it? In the room, the lazy Taching Hage looked at Seito with a faint smile as he walked into the room. You know a lot about magic, right? Hage, Seito said softly as he closed the door and looked at Taching Hage. Taching Hage looked at him with a strange expression, not knowing what he meant by that. I'm talking about magic from the underworld, Seito said again. Oh, not bad. I know a lot about it, Taching Hage said with a smile. You want to learn magic, meow? Taching Hage asked. That's right, Seito admitted as he pulled over a chair and sat down. You want me to teach you? Hage continued. Seito did not say anything and nodded to confirm. But why should I teach you? Taching Hage sneered. Seito frowned. He really had no reason to persuade her. Of course, it was not impossible to threaten her with things related to Kitten, but that kind of behavior was basically making enemies. Not only would it make Taching Hage angry, but it would also affect Ria's and the others' perception of him. Only Seito, who had nothing better to do, would do such a stupid thing. Since you don't want to teach me, then forget it, Seito said with a twitch of his mouth. After saying that, he stood up without hesitation and walked toward the door. Anyway, Hage's house was not the only place where he could learn demonic magic. Junai's place was also completely fine. Moreover, he could improve their relationship during the learning process and get some benefit. Even more troublesome, he could just ask Riaz for a book on basic magic of the underworld. After all, with his current level, as long as he had the foundation, it would not be too much of a problem for him to derive various high-level magic structures. Moreover, even if there was a problem, he still had the support of a large world behind him. With the help of the magical talents from the magical girl Naya's world and the magic quantum computer, they could also derive the corresponding things and crack the structure of the devil's chess. Besides, even if everything above failed, he still had the key to artificial insemination technology in his hand. It was not a problem for him to use this important technology that could change the future of the underworld to exchange for the manufacturing technology of the devil's chess that was no longer a secret. Even the underworld would be eager for him to exchange for it. At that time, as long as he was appropriately reserved, it would not be a problem for him to bite back at Itsunari. Watching Seito leave, Tachinghe's expression did not change. He smiled and looked at his back. Creak! Bang! Then the door opened. Seito walked out of the room and closed the door behind him. Isn't this a trick to loosen the reins only to grasp them better? Tachinghe's eyes widened slightly as he muttered in surprise. Chapter 1724. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for school to end in the afternoon. The members of the Supernatural Research Society once again gathered in the office. Of course, Seito, who shamelessly mixed himself in as a non-staff member, was also there. Riaz, can you get me a Underworld Magic Encyclopedia? It's best if it's from basic to advanced. Seito turned his head and looked at Riaz, who was sitting behind the desk. Sure. Do you want to learn magic? Riaz, who knew what he was getting at, asked. Yes. Seito nodded without hesitation. The advanced ones might be a bit troublesome, but for the basic ones, I can contact my family and have them send it to you immediately, Riaz said after some thought. Then, she asked curiously, but why do you want to learn magic? Do you want to become a devil's messenger? The so-called devil's messenger was still a mage, but the type of magic they specialized in was different from the orthodox mages. They were more inclined towards demonic magic, and their main methods were to summon demons. This type of summoning magic was similar to that of dark wizard. Although they were not as hated as before, their reputation was still not very good, and they belonged to the class of mages that were ostracized. Among the current class of mages, one of the more famous ones that was recognized by the Orthodox Society was the Abe family, the head of the tennis club at Komodo Academy, Abe Kiyoya. That's not it. The main reason I want to learn demonic magic is to try to decipher the theory behind the creation of the devil's chess, and then reverse engineer a chess piece system suitable for me, Seito explained. Just like the angel's divine messenger system. I didn't expect you to have such ambition. Riaz looked at Seito with a surprised gaze. If I didn't have such ambition, how would I dare to take the next head of the Gimli family into my harem? Seito raised his eyebrows and retorted. Riaz snorted. I understand. I'll contact my family later and have them prepare the magic book for you, Riaz said after a pause. Thank you, Lias. Seito thanked her. Then, he turned to look at Jurai Himejima and continued, but before that, Jurai, teach me some basics about demonic magic. Allah, Allah, don't you need Black Song to teach you? Junai beamed as she used her favorite catchphrase. The moment he said that, Lise and the kitten from Taching immediately looked at him. Seito's expression froze. He shrugged and said with a hollow laugh, since she doesn't want to, I can't force her. Ha 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 ha. Junai let out an ambiguous laugh. Alright, Junai, you can rest today. Stay here and teach them the basics of magic. The others set off. Go on a mission, Lise announced. Yes. With that, everyone left the office one after another. At the same time, Seito turned to look at Jurai Himeshima. The latter chuckled. She turned around and walked to the room in the old school building that was reserved for her. Seeing this, Seito quickly followed. Soon, the two came to an empty room. The room was about the size of a classroom. There were many things inside, but they were all very old. Coupled with the dim lighting in the room, it made the whole room look very historical. Take a seat first, Junai said as she pointed to the European-style sofa in the middle of the room. Seito nodded, walked to the sofa, and sat down. After about 5 minutes, Junai, who had left earlier, reappeared in the room. But compared to before, Junai now had a tray in her hand. On it was a tea set made of white porcelain. Junai walked to the coffee table in front of the sofa, squatted down, put the tea set on the table, picked up the teapot, and poured it into one of the cups. Hua! Instantly, a light red liquid flowed out of the cup. After the cup was full, Junai handed the cup of tea to Seito. "Thank you." Seito took the teacup. Junai smiled, picked up the teapot, and poured herself a cup. This time, she put down the teapot, picked up the cup, and sat down across from Seito. "Where do you want to start learning?" After taking a sip of tea, Junai asked. "Let's start with the most basic explanation of symbols." Seito thought for a while. "Okay." Junai nodded and agreed. "Actually, it's not difficult for you to learn demonic magic, because the first opportunity for magic to appear was the primordial magic taught by demons. Therefore, many of the symbols used by orthodox mages are the same as those used in demonic magic. It's only later that there were some changes due to the changes in the era and situation," Junai explained in a casual tone. "For example, this picture of a snake." Junai stretched out his hand and pointed at the void in front of him. His fingertips were shining. Using his hand as a pen and magic as ink, he drew a picture of a snake in the void. In demonic magic, it has 3 meanings: Demon King Leviathan, the outflow of demonic nature, and the direction of the flow of magic according to the position of the snake's head. In human magic, snakes only have 2 meanings. 1. Demonic nature, evil and undying. 2. Cycle. The concept of demonic nature is basically the same as its meaning in demonic magic. This is the origin of the same. Seito nodded in understanding. Seeing this, Junai smiled and continued to explain the various symbols in demonic magic to Seito with pictures and text. During this process, Ito Ching also secretly mobilized the magical knowledge that he had learned in the main world and the other worlds from his mind and compared them one by one. He found that although the world systems were different, they might all be related to the main world's accompanying dimension. The general things were very similar, so almost instantly, Seito had a lot of understanding. Sure enough, the author of the book Dark Holy Scripture should be a high-level demon. Otherwise, the things described in it would definitely not be so close to the essence of demonic magic. Seito found that many of the things Junai talked about could be found in the Dark Holy Scripture. Then, he stopped thinking about it and continued to listen to Junai's basic demonic magic teaching. During this process, Taching Heij also came to Junai's room and stood with her arms crossed. She looked at everything in front of her with interest, as if she was playing a prank. From time to time, she would make naughty actions like licking her tongue, squeezing her chest, and blinking her eyes to seduce Seito, who was concentrating on learning. Although Junai also noticed all of this, for some reason, he just laughed and ignored it, allowing Taching Heij to act cute and seduce Seito. Until a few hours later, Lias and the kitten returned. "That's all I can think of for now. You can only learn the more detailed parts by reading." Junai picked up the teacup and drank tea to moisten his dry throat. "Understood." Seito smiled. In fact, based on the basic things that Junai talked about today, Seito was enough to deduce the form of a lot of demonic magic circles. Although it was a little difficult to crack the demonic chess system designed by the supreme transcendent-level demon king, Achuka Astaroth, it was no problem at all to disguise himself as a demon envoy. "Junai, let's go home together today." Seito then looked at Junai and suggested. "Okay." Junai turned his head to look at Lias in the room and agreed with a smile. At this moment, Lias looked at Seito with a sharp gaze and said calmly, "Okay, I have something to discuss with Junai today." She might not be able to go back with us. Seito's expression froze. Huh? Is there? President, I don't remember what we have to do today. Junai pretended to be surprised. I just remembered. Lias replied without changing her expression. Really? Junai asked with a smile. Lias replied with silence. Vaguely, Seito felt some sparks that could not be seen by ordinary people flashing in the eyes of Lias and Himashima Junai. Then forget it, I'll go back by myself. Seito laughed dryly. You don't mean what you say. As soon as he said that, Kitten's clear voice suddenly sounded and stabbed him in the heart. Seito looked at Kitten speechlessly. Ayaya, what a joyous scene. But, Red Dragon Empress, you can actually come and find me. Taching Heije said in an ambiguous tone, as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Swoosh. Lias and Junai looked at Heije at the same time. I hate this kind of scene. Seito muttered gloomily, so it's more convenient to do the strategy one by one. Oh right, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. I'll take my leave first. With that, Seito teleported without hesitation and disappeared from Junai's room. The next day, afternoon, after school, in the Supernatural Research Lab's office. This is the magic book you wanted, Riaz said as she pointed at the half-meter-tall pile of books on the desk. As expected of the Gimli family, what a sharp collection method. Even though he knew that with the Gimli family's influence in the underworld, it should not be difficult to get magic books, he did not expect them to get so many in less than a day. Seito could not help but exclaim. Seito then walked to the pile of books, and without flipping through them, he put them into the Rubik's Cube world with his mind. Thanks, Lias. Seito thanked her as he was the one who did all this. Seito then chatted with Lias and the others for a while before saying goodbye and leaving. He returned to the apartment he rented and began to learn the demonic magic of this world. Chapter 1725. Ever since Seito received the books from Lias, he had devoted himself to learning demonic magic from the Demon High School. Days passed in the blink of an eye as he studied diligently. On this day, Seito went to the Supernatural Research Society's office in the old school building as usual. Looking at the girl who was sitting on the sofa drinking tea in the room, Ito-sei showed a look of surprise on his face. Hi, Red Dragon Empress. The girl waved her hand. Genova. Seito called out the girl's name. The girl was the believer he had met before, Genova. She had changed from her previous ascetic and traveler-like appearance. Instead, she had changed into the student uniform of Komodo Academy. She looked very pretty. You are? Seito asked as he vaguely sensed something. Because I know that God is no longer here, so I gave up and reincarnated as a demon. Lias Jimenez gave me the pawn of a knight. Because the powerful one is Dilindar and not me, one is enough. Then I transferred to this school too. From today onwards, I am a second-year high school student. At the same time, I have joined the Mystic Research Society. Please take care of me, Sensei Ito. Genova snorted softly before speaking in a cute voice. However, with her serious expression, it looked very strange no matter how one looked at it. There was a strong sense of incongruity. You should use your normal way of speaking. This is making my skin feel tight. Seito's mouth twitched slightly. I am imitating Irina, but it doesn't seem to be going well. Genova heard that and decisively changed her voice to her normal mode. Speaking of which, you actually reincarnated. What a surprisingly straightforward choice. Seito exclaimed. She was clearly a believer who had a strong faith but an unusually firm heart. After knowing that God was dead, she decisively threw herself into the arms of her original enemy, the demons. Seito was very impressed by her decisiveness. He was so impressed that he was speechless. Why do I feel that what you said makes me unhappy? Genova tilted her head and asked Seito. Well, that's just your mind playing tricks on you. Seito shrugged. Sigh, since I am already a demon, there's no turning back. No, is this really okay? Yeah. But since God is no longer here, my life is as good as destroyed. But it doesn't seem right to rely on the demons. After all, they're enemies. Even if they're the Demon King's sister. As he spoke, Genova fell into a dilemma. He hugged his head with both hands and looked distressed. You have finally become stronger. Lias. Congratulations. Seeing this, Ito Mori had a speechless expression on his face. He then turned his head and looked at Rias, who was sitting behind the desk with a happy face. Oh right, your companion. What about Wisteria Irina? Ito-sei seemed to have thought of something as he looked at Genova, who was in a dilemma. Irina took 5 king's swords, including mine, and Barpa's body back to the headquarters. Probably because the integrated king's swords were destroyed, they were retrieved in the fragment state at the center. In short, the mission of retrieving the king's swords is considered a success. As long as we have the central fragment, we can use the metal chain to fight the sacred sword again. Genova, who was out of a dilemma, answered Ito's question. Speaking of the church, did they just let you go so easily? Won't they hunt you down or something? Ito raised his eyebrows and asked. I told the headquarters that I already knew that God was no longer here. So they didn't say much. After knowing that God was no longer here, I was already an outsider to them. The church hated outsiders and heresy. Even if I was a sword saint who held the sacred sword Dilindar, they would still abandon me. Genova sighed. Probably because he felt the same thing that happened to others in the past happened to him? Or maybe he felt helpless and cold towards the church's exclusion of outsiders to such an extent. Irina was lucky. Although she left the front line due to injury, at least she wasn't at the scene and knew the truth. Her faith was stronger than mine. If she knew that God was no longer here, I really don't know what her heart would be like. Then, Genova said with some relief. It's just that she didn't know about me turning into a demon. She seemed very regretful. I couldn't tell her that the reason was that God was no longer here. It was really painful to say goodbye. The next time we meet, we'll probably be enemies. But then, Genova calmed down and continued with his eyes narrowed. A moment later, all the members of the Supernatural Research Club gathered in the club office. This time, it seems that the church has contacted the demons, which is to contact the Demon King. As the fallen angels' movements are not transparent and honest, although it's regrettable, I hope that both sides can contact each other. That's what they said. They also apologized about Barpa and admitted that it was their fault for letting him escape in the past. Seeing that all the club members were there, Rias said. But this school is really scary. There's actually another Demon King's sister. Genova sighed. Seito knew that she was talking about the student council president, Ji Qian Kangna. Also, okay, the Demon King wants me to ask you, when you met with Asashel, did you find anything? Rias, who ignored Genova's exclamation, turned to Seito and asked. Found anything? Does the fact that Asashel is an old pervert count? Seito asked with a strange expression. Okay, don't joke around. Rias frowned. I'm serious. This is what I found after meeting with him. As for the rest, sorry, I didn't find anything. At least, he didn't tell me anything about Korkabor. Seito shrugged. Rias nodded and continued. Regarding this incident, the fallen angel's governor, Asashel, conveyed the truth to the gods and the demons. Seizing the sword of the king was Korkabor's solo action, and the other officers did not know anything about it. He planned to break the balance between the three sides and tried to start a war again. Because of this crime, he has been sentenced to eternal freezing in the lowest level of hell. Not long after, the representatives of the angels, the demons, and Asashel seemed to be preparing for a meeting. I heard that Asashel had something to say. Some said that he might apologize for Korkabor's incident, but I doubt that Asashel will apologize. Riaz said with an angry expression. That's possible. Thinking of Asashel's behavior, Seito could not help but agree. And we were also invited to the meeting. Because we are involved in this incident, we have to report it at the meeting. Riaz said again. In other words, I have to participate as well? Seito raised his eyebrows. Yes. The Demon King has sent me to invite you, the Red Dragon Empress, to participate in the tripartite meeting not long after. Riaz looked at Seito in annoyance. Understood. Seito smiled. After that, they chatted for a while about the upcoming three-party meeting, and then they went their separate ways. Seito, who felt that there was nothing to do, did not stay in the school any longer. He used instant transmission to return to his rented apartment and continued to study the demon magic system of this world. A few hours later, at night, creak, bang. With 2 consecutive sounds, Linari's figure appeared in the room. My lord. Linari greeted. Seito raised his head and looked at Linari across from him. This is what Asashel asked me to pass to you. Linari handed a brown paper bag the size of a file to Seito. Seeing this, Seito temporarily put down the magic book in his hand and reached out to take the file. He opened it and took out the item inside. Instantly, a white paper document about half a finger thick appeared in front of him. Seito took out the entire document and lowered his head to read it. Seito browsed very quickly. Within a few minutes, he roughly finished reading about 3 pages of content. Did he say anything else? Seito, who had a satisfied expression, looked up at Linari again and asked. Nothing else. Linari thought for a moment and shook her head. What about the soliloquy? Seito asked again. Oh yes, it seems like it's a bit difficult without the White Dragon Emperor. Or something like that. Linari, who tried hard to recall for a while, quickly replied. Oh, okay, I got it. You can leave now. Seito chuckled and said. Yes. Linari responded respectfully and then left Seito's room. After she left, Seito once again browsed the document in his hand. From the beginning, he carefully read it word by word. This was because the thick stack of documents was none other than the research data on the divine artifact that Asashel had promised him. However, he didn't know if Asashel did it deliberately or not. The content of this document directly started from the advanced stage and rarely contained a superficial introduction to the various aspects of the artifact. This made Seito frown. He even suspected that the bastard Asashel was looking for trouble because he drew Wally's White Dragon Emperor. Fortunately, his foundation was deep enough, and he had the knowledge of creation from various worlds in his mind. Therefore, after spending some time thinking about it, he roughly understood the meaning of the messy terms in the information and successfully read through it. Of course, this is only the beginning. If I want to truly digest the content and technology in the information sent by Asashel and create a unique artifact, I'll need to study it carefully for a period of time before it's possible. Chapter 1726. P.S. Thank you to Sekal Tudo for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to Sekal Tudo, NXCX, Zhang Xiaozhong, and JD for your tip. Phew. The flame that emerged from Seito's palm was extinguished. It's done. Seito reached out and grabbed the item floating in front of him. He brought it to his eyes and said to himself with joy. In front of him was a bracelet-like item. It was bronze-yellow in color and had complicated irregular patterns on its surface that looked like electronic circuits. 2 red gemstones the size of pearls were inlaid on both sides of the bracelet. They reflected a dim light under the illumination of the room lights. This was a divine artifact. A divine artifact created based on the research materials of the divine artifact sent by Aesir's. Its function was very simple, which was to suppress abilities. Now it's time to try my previous derivation. After admiring the new item in his hand for a while, Seito put it away and took out a pile of materials again. After saying that, a crimson flame appeared in his hand again, burning the material floating in the air in front of him. In fact, the so-called derivation that Seito mentioned was not complicated. It was based on the research materials of Aesir's and added his own understanding. He was prepared to use the technology of other worlds in his hands to make appropriate modifications to the creation of the divine artifact, so that he could create the most precious divine artifact in the most labor-saving way. For this attempt, Ito-Sei's heart was full of confidence. He didn't think that he would fail. This was because when he studied the research materials of the divine artifact sent by Aesir's, he found that the creation of the divine artifact in this world was not different from the creation of mysterious items in other worlds. It was just that there were some magical aspects in some aspect. For example, the divine artifact in this world would seal a soul in the creation of the artifact. For example, some high-level divine artifacts in this world had the ability to trigger the rules. But it did not mean that this kind of technology did not exist in other worlds. For example, the magic of other worlds also had the ability to seal souls. The only difference was that they were not cruel enough to seal souls in artifacts so that they could never be reincarnated. Therefore, as long as he changed his thinking, it was entirely possible to create a divine artifact, similar to the divine artifact in the demon world. Of course, it was even easier for Seito. Not only could he take out ownerless souls at any time, he also had a heaven-defying existence like the Technology Development Bureau. With the Technology Development Bureau's spirit technology, what kind of soul could he not create? Therefore, Seito was completely confident that he could create a dragon-type divine equipment without the need to seal the dragon's soul. And correspondingly, it was Landau and others from the Technology Development Bureau who obtained some ancillary technology from the divine artifact manufacturing technology of the Demon High School world. They gained inspiration from it and further solved some technical barriers of the soul bestowing technology in the hands of Syaso Kirisii. Apart from that, the large laboratory had also obtained the divine artifact, which could transform matter into energy that could fuse with the human body. This gave them a lot of inspiration, and they excitedly threw themselves into new research. Under the burning of the flames, those strange beast bones and magical alchemy materials turned into a pool of white, blue, red, or green viscous liquid. Then, under the guidance of Seito's mental power, they slowly flowed together, entangled, stirred, and turned into a dark liquid ball, still rolling and surging in midair. Then, Seito's mental power changed from guiding to attacking, forging the ball in front of him. And in this process, through the resonance of the lightning laws of this world, a mysterious and unpredictable power was let out, turning into irregular twisted lines that were imprinted on the surface of the ball. Crackle, almost at the moment when the mysterious power appeared, blue lightning uncontrollably appeared in the room and blasted out in all directions. All kinds of items in the room were smashed into pieces one by one. This situation lasted for about 10 minutes before it gradually disappeared again. But at this time, the originally clean and tidy room was charred black, as if it had just suffered a fire. Seito, who was focused on forging the divine artifact, did not care about the changes in the room. His free hand reached out and grabbed the air, and a foggy gray ball of air appeared in his palm. Seito's mental power moved again. He sent a thought into the gray foggy ball, turned around, and threw it on the divine artifact in front of him. Crackle, in an instant, another bolt of lightning appeared in the room, wantonly shooting out in all directions. Fortunately, this bolt of lightning did not last long, about half a minute or so. The lightning disappeared, and a dark blue bracelet with an occasional flicker of light on its surface appeared. Seito reached out and grabbed the bracelet in his hand. This method works. Looking at the divine artifact in his hand that was created according to his derivation, Seito's eyes were full of joy. It seems that another divine artifact has been created. At the same time, Dileg's voice sounded and he sighed. Divine artifact. Unfortunately, although I gave it a certain standard, it is still not enough to defeat the gods. So it is at most a powerful divine artifact, and not a divine artifact like you. Seito pondered for a while, then shook his head and denied. But it doesn't matter. With a start, the divine artifact is not far away. Then he smiled gently and continued with a face full of confidence. Give it a name. After witnessing Seito's magic with his own eyes, Dileg, who knew that this was true, did not doubt and said, A name. I have never been confident in naming things. Seito smiled bitterly. Then he whispered, Why don't you name it? Me? Forget it. Like you, I am not good at naming things. Dileg smiled bitterly. In that case, let's just call it Thunder Spirit's Gift. Seito thought for a while and decided. In this regard, Dileg naturally had no objections. After deciding on a name, Seito put away the newly created divine artifact and looked up at the extremely dilapidated room. Let's clean it up. After all, this is not the house I bought. After saying that, with a thought, a large amount of fine lightning immediately spread out in all directions with him as the center. Almost in the blink of an eye, it filled the entire room, making it look like a field of lightning. Then, the lightning flashed, and pieces of the shattered and scorched floor began to recover as if time was rewound. The destroyed furniture was reassembled, and the pitted walls were restored to a flat surface. The original wall decoration material appeared on the surface. In this state, it was as if the creator was reconstructing the world. In less than 3 minutes, the room that was originally scorched black like the scene of a disaster was restored to its original state once again. There was no trace of damage. What a magical scene! Even the knowledgeable Dileg had not seen anyone with such a magical ability in the past years. He could not help but exclaim. Like I said, follow me. I won't bring shame to your name as the Red Dragon Emperor. After the room was restored, Seito waved his hand and took out a magic book with a smile. Then, he lowered his head and flipped open the magic book in his hand. He continued to seriously study the demonic magic of the demon high school world. Because he was studying the divine artifact, he had wasted a lot of time. Now that he understood how to create the divine artifact, Seito did not want to waste any more time. He once again immersed himself in the sea of knowledge of demonic magic. Just like that, immersed in the study of demonic magic, a few days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Seito, who had finished a day's work, went to the Supernatural Research Society's office in the old school building as usual. Lias, Junai, Kitten, Genova, Yudo, and Black Song. Seito greeted everyone in the room one by one. Looks like you don't want to greet me, Meow? Black Song asked with narrowed eyes. I just didn't expect you to be here, Seito said with the corners of his mouth twitched. Is that so, Meow? Black Song tilted his head and looked at Seito with his cute big eyes. Seito ignored him. He flipped his hand and took out 3 bracelets of different colors. Lias, this is yours. Seito handed the dark red bracelet to Lias. She took it and looked at the item in her hand with a puzzled expression. Junai, this is yours. Seito handed over the dark blue bracelet in his hand. What is this? Junai asked curiously. Here, Kitten, this is yours. Finally, Seito handed the remaining silver bracelet to Kitten. After she took it, Seito explained, This is a divine artifact that I made. Divine artifact? Lias and Junai were shocked. Genova and Kiba Yudo, as well as Taching Hage, who was watching from the side, also looked at Itose with surprise. Yes. Some time ago, I used Corkabor and Fred to exchange for some information about divine artifacts from a satchel. What you are holding is the result of my recent research, Ito explained with a smile. The one in Laius' hand is called Crimson Restraint. It has the effect of multiplying one's strength. Junai's is gift from the Thunder Spirit, which has the ability to control lightning. Kitten's is Silver Dream, which has the ability to increase agility. As for Kiba Yudo and Genova, because the two of you already have divine artifacts and holy swords, I didn't make corresponding divine artifacts for the two of you. I'm sorry. Seito turned to look at Kiba Yudo and Genova, who didn't have divine artifact. It's okay, Sensei. I already have the Holy Demon Sword. Even if I have a new divine artifact, I won't use it. Kiba Yudo didn't care. It's fine if I have Dilindar. Genova added. If you need any divine artifacts that can make up for your weaknesses, you can come to me. Seito nodded and smiled at the two of them. Okay. Genova and Kiba Yudo replied together. Don't you want to try? Seito looked up at Laius, Junai, and Kitten and asked. Sure. Junai smiled. How do we do it? Just put them on your wrist and activate it with magic. Seito explained. Laius and the other two didn't hesitate and put the divine artifact bracelets on their wrists and infused magic into them. In an instant, a dark red, a silver, and a dark blue light bloomed from the bracelets on Laius, Kitten, and Junai's wrists. Then, the bracelets lit up and emitted a blinding light. After a few seconds, the light suddenly extinguished, and Laius, Kitten, and Junai's figures appeared before everyone's eyes again. However, at this time, the bracelets on their wrists disappeared. The three of them stroked their wrists curiously. That's weird. I can feel it, but I can't see it. Laius said. That's the divine artifact's hiding effect. After it's bound to your magic waves, the divine artifact will automatically enter a state of invisibility. It's just like how a proper divine artifact hides in the host's body to prevent others from noticing and stealing it. Seito explained. Laius nodded to show that she understood. Come, let's go to the practice room, Laius suggested. Then, everyone followed Laius out of the office and into the practice room in the old school building. The so-called practice room was the same as the club office and the other rooms. They were all converted from classrooms in the old school building. However, it was different from the club office and the other rooms. There were no decorations placed inside, so it was clear at a glance that it was empty. On the floor of the practice room, there was a magic circle that was similar to the one in the office. It took up almost all of the space on the floor. A large number of strange and mysterious magic runes were drawn around the classroom, in the corners and on the ceiling. They emitted a faint magic wave and reinforced the entire room. The group walked straight into the practice room. You go first, Kitty, Ria said after everyone had taken their positions. Okay, Kitten agreed. Then, she stepped out of the group. It's the same as the other divine artifacts. Just activate it with your mind. Seito explained. Kitten didn't say anything, but her actions were carried out according to Seito's instructions. In the next moment, a silver light flashed, and the silver bracelet that had disappeared earlier appeared on Kitten's wrist again. Then, Kitten's body moved, and she turned into a blur as she ran around the practice room. Although this speed is still a bit lacking compared to a knight's ability, it's still not bad. After all, Kitten is a chariot. With this kind of speed, Kitten will definitely become the enemy's nightmare. A glint flashed across Ria's eyes. This is just the beginning. I believe that as time goes on, her speed will become even faster. Seito smiled. Laius didn't doubt the growth of a divine artifact, even though it was only a man-made one. Chapter 1727. P.S. Thanks to Nickfany for the tip. Kitten, it's done. Riaz called out. Almost at the same time, the kitten stopped moving and revealed its true form. "I'll go next." Without waiting for the others to speak, Junai spoke up excitedly. With that, he walked out of the crowd, brushed past Kitten who was walking back, and went to the center of the arena. Then, with a flash of light, the dark blue gift of Thunder Spirit appeared on Shima Junai's wrist. Huh! As soon as the gift of Thunder Spirit appeared, the strange wave it emitted attracted the attention of Junai, Riaz, and Taching Heigo, whose strength was sealed but whose vision and sensing ability were still present. Junai's expression changed, and he poured his magic into the artifact. Crackle, almost instantly, a large amount of lightning appeared around Shima Junai. "This is attribute domination?" Riaz was shocked. Then, together with the others, including the user, Shima Junai, they turned their attention to the creator of the artifact, Seito, wanting to get an answer from him. The so-called attribute domination was just like its literal meaning. It meant that one had absolute control over a certain natural attribute, and with this kind of authority, the owner of the authority could use this natural attribute to do anything similar to miracles. For example, a person with ice attribute domination could do things like freezing the sea, covering a certain area with ice and snow, and directly entering the winter season from summer. For example, a person with fire attribute domination could do things like boiling seawater, turning a certain area into a sea of fire. Another example, a person with thunder attribute domination could make lightning fill the sky, as if it was the end of the world. It could be said that as long as there was enough magic, that person would be a god. And now, the only artifact that had full attribute domination was the brilliant Thunder Prison, which was known as the God's Extermination artifact. It's not domination. It's just resonance. Moreover, the only element that resonates is lightning. However, in terms of power, I personally believe that it shouldn't lose to the God's Extermination tool, Brilliant Sky Thunder Prison. Seito said softly. Although he hadn't seen the power of the Brilliant Thunder Prison with his own eyes, he could tell from the information given by Athashel and the information he had obtained from other sources that the so-called attribute domination of the Brilliant Thunder Prison should refer to the domination of the corresponding elements. In other words, it was the domination of the type of power itself, and not the rules. Although the two appeared to be the same, their essence was completely different. As for the gift of the Thunder Soul, it resonated with the laws and then evolved into an elemental attack. Thus, in terms of the essence of power, the gift of the Thunder Soul was not inferior to the Brilliant Sky Thunder Prison. It was even higher than the other parties. It was just that he didn't have all the attributes that his opponent had. Therefore, Seito had every reason to believe that the gift of the Thunder Spirit he created would not lose to the Brilliant Thunder Prison in terms of the single lightning attribute. While his words were soft, they were like thunder in the ears of Riaz and the others. What was a god's extermination tool? It was a divine weapon so powerful that it could kill a god. It was one of the few powerful divine weapons that a god could create when he was still alive. It was a foreign object that could not be added after the god died. Now that someone said that he had created a man-made divine weapon that was at the level of a god's extermination tool, how could Riaz and the others not be shocked? Shocked? Hearing Seito's words, Junai's eyes flashed with a strange light. Her eyes became watery. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the wrong place, Seito believed that Junai would definitely pounce on him and give him a big kiss as thanks. Let me test its power. After a moment, Riaz came back to her senses and walked out of the crowd to stand in front of Junai and said. With that, she stretched out her arms and created a large red magic circle in front of her. Then I'll attack. President. Junai smiled. Come on, Junai. Riaz responded. Crackle, 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 loud crackling sounds appeared around Junai, and then a large amount of bright lightning appeared around Junai. Under the buff of the man-made divine weapon, gift from the Thunder Spirit, it became violent and dangerous. Finally, under Zhu Nai's command, it turned into a thick lightning dragon and rushed toward Riaz. Feeling the danger from the lightning dragon, Riaz's expression changed. She quickly created a few more magic circle barriers on top of the magic circle in front of her and blocked in front of her. Almost at the same time the magic circle appeared, the lightning dragon crashed into the magic circle without any fancy move. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion immediately sounded in the training room, and at the same time, a blinding white light appeared. A shock wave visible to the naked eye spread out from the center of the explosion and hit the walls of the training room in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the magic runes on the walls lit up slightly and released a dark red light, forming a faint energy barrier and blocking the incoming shock wave. After about 10 seconds, the light dissipated, and the figures of Zhu Nai and Riaz appeared again. In the middle of the training room, the attacker, Zhu Nai, was still standing in the same spot as before. Riaz, on the other hand, was now surrounded by red magic energy. At the same time, the man-made divine weapon on her wrist, crimson binding, flashed and emitted waves of energy, as if it was in the middle of something. Huff! Then, Riaz let out a long sigh and disappeared the last magic barrier in front of her, and put her arms back. Done. I have to say, you've done something that can change the world. Riaz turned and looked at Sei Ito and sighed. Can you tell me what's going on? At this moment, an unfamiliar voice sounded in everyone's ears. Bro. Riaz turned and looked in the direction of the voice with a shocked expression. In front of her, in a scarlet magic circle that was gradually disappearing, a red-haired man in a luxurious robe, the Demon King, Sajic Lucifer, and his queen-cum-wife's silver maid, Gulifia, appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing Sajic, Zhu Nai, Kitten, and Yudu immediately knelt down. Seeing the others kneel down, Genova followed suit, and so did Taching and Hage. With that, only Sei Ito, an outsider, was left standing in the training room. No need to be so formal. I'm here today as a personal guest. Sajic waved his hand. Ah, my sister, are you guys practicing? Sajic then looked around and said in surprise. Brother, why are you here? Riaz did not answer Sajic's question, and instead continued to ask why he was here. What are you talking about? It's almost time for the tour, right? I thought I should go take a look as well. That's why I'm here to see how my sister is learning. Sajic replied. Gugulifia, right? You're the one who told brother, right? Riaz cast her gaze on the silver-haired maid and said in distress. The latter nodded without hesitation. Yes. The reports of the academy will all be sent to me, the one who arranges the itinerary for Jamonli's family. Of course, since I'm Lord Sajic's queen, I have the duty to report to my master. After receiving the reports, even if I have many duties as the Demon King, I'm still here to join my sister's tour. Don't worry. Father will come as well. Sajic continued in a relaxed tone. This won't do. Brother, you're the Demon King, right? You put down your work and come here. A Demon King cannot discriminate between certain demons, Riaz said with a straight face. And no, this is part of my job, Riaz. In fact, the meeting between the 3 leaders will be held in this academy. I'm here to inspect the venue. Sajic waved his hand. Here? Is that true? Riaz asked, her face full of shock. That's right. I don't know why, but I have a strong affinity with this academy. Not only is the Demon King Seraph Leviathan's sister here, even Korkabor and the White Dragon Emperor have attacked this place, so there's no way to classify this as a coincidence. It gathered all kinds of powers and became turbulent. I think the acceleration of the waves is Sei Ito Kun, the Red Dragon Emperor. At the end, Sajic's gaze fell on Sei Ito. Sei Ito smiled and did not say anything. Should I tell him that it's not me who's wrong, it's the world? Because Ishida Ichii wanted all of this to happen here? So you're the Demon King. Nice to meet you, I'm Genova. At this moment, Genova interjected. Hello, Genova. I'm Sajic Lucifer. I've already received the report from Riaz. The wielder of Holy Sword Dilindar has become a demon, and one of my sister's kin. To be honest, when I first heard this, I thought I heard wrong. Sajic's gaze fell on Genova as he spoke with a kind smile. I didn't think I would become a demon either. I reincarnated as the target I've always wanted to destroy, and now I'm regretting this bold action of mine. Yes, that's right. Why did I become a demon? Give up on myself? No, but at that time I was sincere, very sincere. But, is it really good for me to become a demon? As usual, whenever he talked about reincarnating as a demon, he would fall into an endless self-struggle. Ha ha ha, there are so many interesting people among my sister's kin. Genova, you've just reincarnated, so I might be a little stubborn for saying this. I hope you can support Gemengli as Riaz's kin, please. Sajic requested as Riaz's brother. I can't refuse a request from the legendary demon king Lucifer that's also recorded in the Bible. Although I don't know how far I can go, I'll do it. Genova, who broke free from his self-struggle, replied. Thank you. Chapter 1728. After chatting for a while in the practice room, everyone left the practice room and returned to the club office above. Among them, Seito and Sajks each sat across from each other with a coffee table. Sajksa's Queen Gulifia stood behind Sajks, while Riaz stood slightly closer to Seito. Shiba Yudo, Kitten, and Genova stood casually in a corner. Tashiro Heiji, who had nothing to do with them, was temporarily sent back to the room she was temporarily assigned. At this time, Junai, who was holding a tray, came forward and served Seito and Sajks a cup of freshly brewed black tea. Although I've heard the report from Riaz, I still want to confirm it myself. Seito-kun, what's your impression of a satchel? Sajks asked softly. Is this important to you? Seito raised his eyebrows. Yes, Sajks admitted. He's a sloppy guy and he's quite perverted. If you get along with him, you should have a common topic when it comes to women, Seito replied. That means you don't hate him, right? Sajks said. That's right. Seito nodded in agreement. You're worried that I'll lean towards him? Seito took a sip of the tea in his cup and asked in return. Yes. Sajks admitted without hesitation. As one of the powerful two heavenly dragons, your every move will be a guiding force to change the world. You don't have to worry about that. I like Riaz, Junai, and Kitten very much. Seito looked up at Riaz and chuckled. Sajks laughed. Then, the two chatted for a while in the office before Seito excused himself with the excuse that he had something to do. He returned to his rented apartment and continued to study demonic magic with his spellbook. The next day, during a physical education class in school, Sensei Genova, who was dressed in a white short-sleeved sportswear and red sports shorts, came to Seito's side. He called out. It was obvious that one of the classes was Genova's class. Genova, what's the matter? Seito looked at Genova in surprise. Teacher, I have a favor to ask of you. Genova looked at Seito with a serious expression. What? Seito felt a sense of déjà vu. Will you have children with me? Sure enough, Genova uttered that startling invitation. Seito raised his head speechlessly and looked around. Fortunately, this was a free period. Because he was bored, he deliberately found a shady and secluded place to stay, so there were no other students around. Naturally, he didn't have to worry that his thunderous words would reach the ears of other female students. In other words, his glorious image was preserved. Teacher, let's have children together. Genova probably misunderstood Seito's silence as if he didn't hear him, so he repeated his request again with a serious expression. Do you know what you're saying? Seito asked seriously. I'll start from the beginning. Genova nodded. I was born in Rome, the headquarters of the Christian Church. Because I was born with the factor of wielding the holy sword, I've been working hard to cultivate and study for God and religion since I was young. When I was a child, things like dreams and goals revolved around God and faith. For example, defeating the devil is for God, and preaching is for Vatican City. I've always believed in these without any doubt. So, now that I've become a devil, my goals and dreams are all gone. Seito nodded slightly in response to Genova's explanation. When I served God, I gave up the joy of being a woman. My body and my heart were all sealed for the sake of faith. But, as you can see, I'm now a devil. At first, I didn't know what to do. So, I asked my current master, the minister, devils are existences that have desires, fulfill desires, give desires, and desire desires. Just live according to your own desires. That's what she told me. So, I released the things that have been sealed until now and wanted to get used to it. So it's like this. I have a new goal and dream, and that is to have children. A godlike train of thought. In other words, you want to do everything a woman can do? Seito said softly. That's right, I want to try having children. For this, it's necessary to understand men. But this is fine, right? While having children, I understand them. Genova said with some doubt. If it's just for the goal of having children, it's not a problem. It's even enough. Seito's mouth twitched slightly as he said. Indeed, it was enough. After all, having children only required sperm and eggs. Any normal man would have these things. And in the process, they needed to cooperate with the goal of having children. All they needed to understand was the man's body. It was simply too simple. If that's the case, teacher, please have children with me. Genova said. After that, he wanted to take off his clothes regardless of the occasion. This kind of thing can't be done here. Seito quickly stopped Genova's hand from grabbing the corner of his shirt. Oh, is it because of the other people here? Then let's go to the equipment warehouse. I remember there's no one there. Genova looked around and decided on the location of the childbirth operation. After that, he grabbed Seito's arm and walked towards the equipment warehouse. Such decisiveness and execution. It made Seito feel helpless. But Seito was not a moralist. Since it was delivered to his door, he had no reason to reject it. So, he allowed Genova to pull him towards the equipment warehouse. Are you sure you want to do this? You don't want to reconsider? Seito asked on the way. Yes. Since I've decided to have a child, I hope to have a strong child. If the father's genes have a special power, it might be quite strong. So, I think teacher is the most suitable. Because you have the legendary power of the Red Dragon Emperor. Genova said without turning his head. Although the child can't inherit a divine artifact, it might be able to inherit spiritual energy. This is a good opportunity. It must be the guidance of the Lord. I accidentally got hurt from praying. That's how it is. And I think if you can become the child's father, you won't mistreat him. Like the divine artifact you gave to the minister and Junai, you'll also give it to our child, right? Seito really wanted to say, you're thinking too far ahead. You don't have to worry about the child. Basically, I'll be responsible for raising him. But, if the child wants to receive a father's love, I hope you can play with him. As expected, a child needs a father and a mother. Genova seemed to have thought of something and said again. The equipment warehouse was not far from the field, so the two arrived in front of the warehouse after they finished talking. The so-called equipment warehouse was actually a squarish, windowless concrete room with only a small fenced-in ventilation vent. The double metal door was tightly locked with a palm-sized lock. You have the key, right? Genova looked at Seito and asked. Seito did not say anything. He flipped his hand and took out a bunch of keys from the pocket of his black sportswear. He walked to the door of the equipment warehouse, picked up the lock, and inserted the corresponding key into the keyhole. Clack! With a soft sound, the lock was opened. Clang, clang, clang. Seito removed the lock and pulled out the horizontal iron bolt from the bolt. He pulled back with both arms and opened the door of the equipment warehouse. In an instant, a gust of cool air drifted out from the equipment warehouse that only had a little bit of light. Seeing the door open, Genova didn't waste any time and walked into the equipment room. Then Seito followed him in. The equipment warehouse, as its name suggested, was filled with all kinds of sports equipment and miscellaneous items. There were layers of horses, anti-fall mats, volleyball in a metal frame, a dozen or so basketball balls piled up together, baseball bats leaning against the wall, jumping poles, tennis rackets, brooms for cleaning, and so on. The warehouse, which was not big to begin with, was filled to the brim with items. Clang! Seito closed the door behind him. In an instant, the warehouse, which had some light just a moment ago, immediately became pitch black. Fortunately, the two of them were not normal people. They had already reached the level of night vision, so they were not affected at all. "Let's do it here." Genova's voice was heard. Seito turned his head to look. It was a small space slightly further into the warehouse, separated by a pile of items. Genova had placed a cushion on the ground to act as a bed. On top of the cushion, Genova began to take off his clothes. Almost instantly, two round things entered Seito's sight, and they were still swaying from the previous action. Then, Genova placed the clothes he took off on the saddle and bent down to take off his shorts. Similarly, it was taken off by Genova in a matter of seconds. Then, a shiny body appeared in front of Seito's eyes. At this time, Seito had already walked to the spot Genova had chosen. Genova went forward and hugged Seito's body, pressing his head against his chest. "Hug me. You can do whatever you want to make a baby," Genova said with his head buried in Seito's chest. Chapter 1729. P.S. Thank you to Instant Potato, Cherub, and NXCX for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instant Potato, Boring Lord, XX Huaxia Empire, and NXCX for their tips. A soft touch came from the palm of his hand. As the 5 fingers closed and retracted, they kept changing into strange shape. Isn't it great? I'm quite confident in my female body. Although my breasts aren't as big as Lias, they're much bigger than the average person. It should be enough for you to rub, right? Genova said. It's really great. Seito smiled. If that's the case, aren't you going to start? Or do you like the current situation? Genova urged. At that moment, the two were still hugging each other on the mat. Although it's to give birth, the process is equally important. You can't rush it. Seito smiled. He lowered his head and kissed Genova's lip. He stuck out his tongue and used his rich experience to teach Genova about kissing. Is this kissing? Genova murmured after a while. Yeah, how is it? Doesn't it feel good? Seito asked as he continued to move his hands. Let's do it again, Genova replied. Hearing Genova's words, Seito didn't hold back and lowered his head to kiss Genova's lips again. I really can't be careless. However, just as the two were engrossed in their kiss, a familiar voice quietly sounded beside them. When they heard the sound, the two quickly separated and turned to look in the direction of the voice. Instantly, Taching's kitten, dressed in Colt King Academy's uniform, appeared in front of them. Kitten? Why are you here? Seito asked in surprise. It was still between classes, which meant that Taching's kitten should be in the first-year classroom and not here. I came out to get something and saw you two acting a little sneakily, so I followed you, Kitten answered simply. Pervert teacher, Kitten concluded. This was clearly a very beautiful thing. but it was destroyed by the kitten who suddenly came in. What else could Itose say except for his bad luck? He could only sigh speechlessly. Take him away. As she spoke, Kitten walked forward and grabbed Seito's sportswear from behind. She turned around as if she was dragging something. She used her monstrous strength to forcefully pull Seito out of the warehouse. Teacher, are we not going to make a child? Genova, who was still in a daze, asked loudly. Maybe next time. Seito, who was about to be dragged to the entrance of the warehouse, smiled bitterly. As soon as he said that, Seito immediately felt the pulling force behind him become stronger, quickly dragging him out of the equipment warehouse. All right, kitty, let me go. At this time, Seito stopped in his tracks, bent his arm backward, and reached out to grab Kitten's hand, gently pulling her away from his back. Trying to escape? Kitten turned around and looked at Seito with half-closed eyes. Why would I? Seito smiled bitterly. Looking at Kitten's suspicious gaze, Seito said helplessly, All right, let's go together. With that said, then, he walked towards the old school building with the kitten. As for the students who were doing their own activities, he did not have to worry about them. As soon as the bell rang, they would return to the classroom on their own. There was no need for him to reprimand them. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the old school building. However, because she had to accompany the Demon King, Sagex, Rias was not in the office. Even Jurai Himejima was not there for some reason. Together with Kiba Yudo, who was still in cultural class, there were only Kitten and Seito in the office at this time. At most, there was also Taching Heiji, who was half a resident and half a prisoner. Then, under the supervision of Kitten, Itose stayed in the old school building for a while. It was not until the beginning of another physical education class that he was able to escape from Kitten's cold gaze and regain his freedom. Thanks to Kitten not reporting what happened that day, Seito spent the next few days peacefully. And after these days of waiting, the day of the teaching tour finally arrived as scheduled. As a new PE teacher, he did not need to attend public classes. He was arranged to be a safety patrol officer, responsible for maintaining the safety of the school environment during the teaching tour. He also assisted the student council in managing the school environment. Seito was very bored as he wandered around the school. Click, click, at this moment, accompanied by the sound of a shutter, a series of magnesium lights suddenly lit up, attracting the attention of Seito, who happened to walk by. Not far in front of him, a group of students, some well-dressed young men and adults, gathered together. They held up their cameras or phones in their hands and were excitedly taking pictures of someone. Seeing this, Seito raised his eyebrows, turned around and walked toward the crowd. Okay, disperse. Today is a public class. Don't cause a disturbance here. Just as Seito walked to the side of the crowd and was about to disperse the crowd, a student council member with a student council armband on his arm quickly walked over. He waved his arm and said loudly. Although the expression on many people's faces showed some reluctance, under the authority of the student council, they quickly dispersed and completely exposed the situation inside. There, a young woman with red and black knee-length stockings, a red pleated skirt, a red and white long-sleeved blouse, and a small round hat on her head came into everyone's sight. She looked very cute. She looked a little like a 2D magician girl with red and black knee-length stockings, a red and white long-sleeved blouse, and a small round hat on her head. It really is her. Seeing the other person's appearance, Seito slightly narrowed his eyes and thought, the student council president is Tsang Na's sister, one of the current demon kings, Seraphil Leviathan. Don't dress like this. Speaking of which, is she a parent? Even if so, it depends on the situation, right? It's also very difficult for us. The student council member, Ki, said with a helpless expression. But this is my formal attire. Seraphil was very aggrieved. Even if you say so. Ki said with a headache. What's wrong? Ki, didn't I tell you to hurry up and solve the problem? Just then, a somewhat strict voice came. It was the student council president, Song Na. Kangna-chan. Discovered. But before she finished speaking, a smile appeared on Seraphil's face. A joyful smile immediately appeared on Seraph's face. She quickly ran over to Ji Chu Kangna and hugged her. She rubbed her face against Ji Chu Kangna's. Ah, Seraphil, you're here too. At this time, Seraphil had just finished watching Riaz's public lecture. At this time, Sagex, who was strolling around the academy with Riaz, happened to come here and called out to Seraphil. Master Seraphil, long time no see. Riaz bowed and greeted. Ah, Riaz, long time no see. How have you been? Seraphil was already hugging Song Na with both hands. She turned to look at Riaz with a very happy, even cute, voice. Thanks to you, I'm fine. Are you here to see Song Na today? Riaz, who couldn't accept this strange way of speaking, replied awkwardly. Kangna-chan is really too much. She didn't tell me about what happened today at all. Really? Sister, I want to attack the celestial realm because of this. Seraphil pouted like a child who didn't get her favorite toy. She complained. Should I say, as expected of the Demon King? She wants to start a war over such a small matter. How willful. Seito couldn't help but complain. At the same time, he sighed, looks like compared to the real Demon King, I'm still not good enough. Welcome to the academy, Miss Seraphil. Seito then stepped forward and said to Seraphil with a smile. This is the Red Dragoness host, Seito Kun, Sajks added. Nice to meet you. I'm the Demon King Seraphil Leviathan. You can call me a Leviathan, Seraphil replied with a cheerful and cute voice. Okay, Leviathan. Seito replied with a smile. Jaimin's uncle. Then, Seraphil looked at old Jaimin, who looked to be in his early 30s, and greeted him. Your Highness Seraphil. The clothes this time are quite strange. I don't think this is what a Demon King should look like. Jaimin reminded her with a tactful tone. Uncle, don't you know? This is very popular in this country right now. Seraphil replied with some strange common sense that she didn't know where she got it from. Oh, is that so? That's my ignorance. Old Jaimin believed her words with an, I see, expression. Ha 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 ha, father. Please don't believe me. Sajks laughed dryly. In short, after a very harmonious chat, Seito, who still had duties, said goodbye to the demons and left. He continued to patrol the school grounds. I wonder if Gasper will still be unsealed because of my changes. Seito thought in boredom while patrolling. But the answer soon appeared in front of him. The next day after school, Seito, who had finished all the matters at hand, once again went to the Supernatural Research Society's office in the old school building. They're not here? Seito looked at the empty room and wondered. Okay, run faster. Daywalkers should be able to move around even under the sun. At that moment, Genova's voice came from outside the window. Seito's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He walked to the window and looked outside. On the empty field beside the old school building, Genova, who was dressed in the uniform of the Colt King Academy, was holding a large sacred sword, Dilindar, and chasing a petite blonde girl who looked even smaller than the smallest kitten. The girl was running all over the field. Don't chase after me with Dilindar. The young girl's face was filled with panic as she shouted. Gasper, huh? Seito looked at the blonde girl in the Colt King Academy uniform with a strange expression. He couldn't help it. This girl's appearance was really shocking. If he didn't know from the start that she was a Shota and not a loli, Seito would have thought that she was a loli. It was as the AC gaze in his previous life said, she looks so cute, she must be a boy. Then, Seito looked away and walked out of the room. It's quite lively. Seito smiled as he came to Riaz's side. Okay, you can pull her, Riaz called out. She is. Seito looked at Gasper, who was running around, and pretended to be confused. His name is Gasper. He's my monk, Rias explained. Him. Seito squeezed each syllable. In Japanese, the pronunciation of her name was different from his. Yeah. Don't be fooled by how cute he looks. Gasper is really a boy, Junai said with a smile. Seito played along and pretended that his face was twitching as if he couldn't accept it. Speaking of which, when did you have an extra dependent? Seito then turned to Rias and asked curiously. I had him a long time ago. But because he's too strong, I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to control him, so he's been sealed by my brother, Rias explained. Since he's appeared now, does that mean that Sajik thinks that you already have the power to control him? Seito raised his eyebrows. Yes. Regarding the incident with Korkabor, the 4 demon lords, the great King Bar's family, the Grand Duke Agar's family, and the upper echelons of the demons were very satisfied with my performance and gave me high praises. They said that if it's Rias now, she should be able to control the other monk in a sealed state, so they gave me permission to remove the seal, Rias replied. It seems that because of my interference, the rating game battle with Phoenix was avoided, but because of my interference, Rias performed at the level of a demon lord in the battle with Korkabor, so that little error was corrected. Seito thought to himself when he heard Rias's words. I see. So what's this now? Seito looked at Gasper, who was running around, and asked. To train his abilities. Lise sighed. That child has a divine artifact that can stop time for everything in his sight for a certain amount of time once he gets excited. The magic eye that can stop the world. But he can't control it, and that's why he was sealed in the first place. So in order for him to be able to control the power of the divine artifact, I can only force him to train his own power next time. Can't control the power of the divine artifact, Seito said softly. Maybe I can help you think of a way. As soon as he said that, Rias looked at him in surprise. Chapter 1730. Have you forgotten? I know a lot about divine artifact. Seito smiled. With a flip of his hand, a bronze bracelet appeared in his hand. Looking at the bracelet, a strange expression appeared on Rias's face. This is a prototype I made before I made the divine artifacts for you, Junai and Little Kitten. It's a support-type divine artifact that can suppress the power of divine artifact. It should be able to help you solve Gasper's problem temporarily. Seito smiled as he understood what Rias was thinking. Thank you. Rias took the bracelet and thanked him. There's no need to be so formal between you and me. Seito smiled. Hee hee hee. On the side, Junai cleverly let out a familiar chuckle. Genova stopped for a moment. Gasper, come to me. Rias raised her voice and said. As soon as she finished speaking, Genova immediately stopped chasing and stood up. Gasper, who managed to escape from the terrifying pursuit, ran to Rias's side like the wind and hid his body tightly behind her. He stuck out half of his head and carefully peeked at Genova from afar as if Genova was some ferocious beast. Gasper, take this with you. Rias turned around and handed over the copper bracelet in her hand. What is this? Gasper asked nervously in a low voice. A man-made divine artifact that can help you control divine artifacts, Seito explained. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a familiar wave of power immediately descended upon his body. By the time he regained his senses, Gasper had already disappeared from his sight. Rias looked around and finally found Gasper's head behind a tree trunk not far from the field. Too bad he's Rias's kin. Otherwise, I'd really like to take the divine artifact from him. Seito, who also had his eyes on Gasper, thought to himself as he narrowed his eyes. Gasper, this is Seito, a teacher at the school. He's also our comrade. Rias pointed at Seito and introduced. Hello. Seito smiled. Hello, Gasper said with a trembling voice. Gasper, come here. Bring this along, Riaz said as she took 2 steps forward. Is that really okay? As long as I carry that thing, I can control my own power and won't cause trouble for others? Gasper asked carefully. That's not possible. Seito shook his head. As soon as he said this, Gasper, who had just shown a bit of hope on his face, immediately became depressed. However, even though it won't give you the ability to control the sacred artifact, it can suppress the sacred artifact's power to a certain extent. It will prevent you from going berserk when you lose control of your emotions, Seito continued. After that, as long as you train for a period of time, you should be able to control the divine artifact in your body. Is that so? Gasper asked expectantly. That's right, Riaz agreed. Then, all right, I'll carry it. Gasper hesitated for a moment before deciding. He then walked out from behind the tree trunk and met up with Riaz, who went up to greet him. Then, Riaz put the copper bracelet on Gasper's left wrist. However, due to the size of the bracelet, rather than calling it a bracelet, it was more like an arm bracelet. It would be more appropriate to call it an armband, because it just happened to be able to wrap around Gasper's arm. Inject your magic into it, Riaz said softly. Gasper nodded as he nervously infused his mana into the bracelet. Instantly, a blurry yellow light bloomed from the bracelet on Gasper's wrist. Following that, the bracelet glowed faintly and quickly became transparent like a phantom. In just 3 to 4 seconds, it completely disappeared from Gasper and Riaz's sight. I don't seem to feel anything different, he said after a while. Gasper looked at Riaz with a pitiful expression. Is that so? The moment his voice fell, Itosei's figure suddenly appeared behind the defenseless Gasper. He put his hand on his shoulder and said softly, "Ah!" Gasper let out a horrifying scream. But to everyone's surprise, this time, he did not suddenly disappear in front of everyone's eyes like before. Instead, he ran away from Riaz and Itosei at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looks like it worked. Seito chuckled as he watched Gasper run away. Phew! Riaz couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief and relaxed. Next is training. I recommend training on mental stability, Seito said softly as he retracted his gaze and turned to look at Riaz. Do you have any good suggestions? Riaz asked. If it's like the sawmill, I might have, but him. Sorry, I think my method will greatly stimulate him and make him more unstable. It will make him even more unstable. Itosei smiled bitterly as he turned his head to look at Gasper, who was hiding behind the tree again. So just do it your own way. That's the only way. Riaz sighed. 2 days later, a holiday. Seito's figure once again appeared in the shrine of Himejima Junai. Of course, this time, he didn't come on his own accord, but because he received a message from Riaz. He was invited here. Although Riaz didn't explain the reason for the invitation, Seito could roughly guess it. If he guessed correctly, he was going to meet the only one of the 3 forces he hadn't met before, one of the leaders of the Angel Clan, Blazing Angel Michael. Because in the original work, the Red Dragon Emperor, Hito Kazunari was invited by him. Now, although Seito didn't become a demon like in the original work and completely became a demon, with his relationship with Riaz, it wasn't a problem to say that he was on the demon's side. In addition to his usual performance, Michael also needed to meet with him, the Red Dragon Emperor, who was still a human, before the formal peace talks to find out the truth and leave a good impression. Welcome, Seito. Himejima Junai walked out of the main hall and reached out to stroke her long hair that was blown by the wind as she smiled. At this time, Himejima Junai had officially changed into a red and white Miko outfit. Together with her gentle expression, she looked very dignified and virtuous, just like a Yamato. It's rare, Junai. Seito walked through the torii and came to the shrine. But it's very beautiful. Thank you. Zhu Nai smiled. Let's go in, don't let the big guy wait. Seito, who walked to Zhu Nai's side, reached out and grabbed her hand as he pulled her to the main hall of the shrine and said softly, "Okay, you already know?" Zhu Nai asked with a little surprise. "Probably." Seito smiled. While talking, the two walked into the main hall. "Is he the Red Dragon Emperor?" At this moment, accompanied by the appearance of a soft golden light, a soft voice sounded in their ears. Seito narrowed his eyes slightly and looked directly at the light. In the light, a golden-haired young man with a dignified face and a gentle appearance appeared in Seito's eyes. In terms of appearance and temperament, he was somewhat similar to a woman. He was wearing a gorgeous golden robe and had a blazing white halo suspended above his head. Needless to say, the person who came was Michael. "Nice to meet you, Red Dragon Emperor, Seito-kun." Michael greeted in a soft tone. "I'm Michael. I'm the leader of the angels." He really is a god. Feeling the pressure and aura coming from Michael, Seito thought to himself with a slight chill in his heart, it seems that the level of the original god is not weak either. "Hello." Then, Seito nodded in return. "I don't know why you invited me through Riaz this time," Itose asked straightforwardly. "Actually, I want to give this to you," Michael said. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a long sword with a dangerous aura wrapped in golden light appeared in front of Seito. "This is Gias. It should be easier to understand if you say St. George, right? This is the dragon-slaying holy sword, Ascalon, that he owns," Michael introduced. St. George was one of the saints recorded in the Bible and had a great career of slaying dragons. The so-called Gias was a Greek word, and when translated, it also meant St. George. It seems that although fusing with the Red Dragon Emperor is good, there seems to be an additional attribute that is restrained by the Dragon Slayer or Dragon Slayer weapon. Seito felt a faint sense of danger rising from the bottom of his heart as he narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "Why are you giving it to me?" Seito raised his eyebrows and asked, "I think this meeting is an opportunity for the three major forces to work together. Since you already know, then I'll say it. Our creator, God, has already passed away in the last war. The old demon kings who were hostile also died in battle. The officers of the fallen angels were silent. In principle, Asashel did not want to cause a war. This was a good opportunity. It was a good opportunity to eliminate unnecessary dispute. If there were still small-scale conflicts in the future, the three major forces would be destroyed sooner or later. Even if that was not the case, there might be other forces attacking in one fell swoop. This holy sword is a gift from me. Of course, there are also gifts for the fallen angels. The Fiend Cube has also obtained several legendary holy demon swords. This is something that we should be happy about, Michael said in a carefree manner. But when translated, it meant the same thing. A gift to improve friendship. In other words, it was a bribe to give the Red Dragon Emperor a good impression so that she would not destroy their peace talks. Chapter 1731. P.S. Same old question. I'll upload it first and change it later. That's all. Understood. Seito nodded. Seito-kun, it's great that you understand. Even though his expression, tone, and actions didn't change, Seito vaguely sensed that Michael heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the prestige of the Crimson Dragon Empress had put a lot of pressure on this current monarch of the Country of Light. Seito approached the sword named Ascalon and held it in his hand. Clink! Seito flicked his fingers and a crisp sound echoed from the sword. Not bad, Seito praised. Of course, it was only not bad. To Seito, who was used to using semi-legendary weapons, it wasn't anything special. On the contrary, it could be used as a gift for his subordinate. Sorry, it's time. I have to leave now. At this moment, Michael revealed a regretful expression. All right then, I'll see you on the day of the meeting. Then, Michael's body flashed in a golden radiance, and he vanished before Seito and Junai's eyes. Seito didn't say anything. Instead, he tossed Ascalon into the Rubik's Cube world. As for fusing with the Crimson Dragon Empress like Hyodo Issei in the original work, he wasn't interested at all. Then, both of them left the main hall and returned to Junai's home. Please have some tea. Junai served a cup of matcha tea to Seito. Thank you, Seito said politely, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Gulp, gulp, I didn't expect that a small free mage like me would one day meet the leaders of the 3 largest forces in the world. Seito put down the teacup and lamented. That's because you're qualified. Junai smiled. Red Dragon Emperor. Seito chuckled. But... Seito suddenly leaned forward and stepped in front of Jurai Himashima. He put his face in front of her face and chuckled. Since no one is bothering us now, why don't we do something fun together? Sure. Junai revealed a charming smile. He said softly. After saying that, Seito stuck his head out and kissed Junai's tender lip. He sent his tongue into her mouth and entwined with her. Oh, follow me. Seito raised his left leg and pressed his body down. He slowly pressed Himashima Jurai down on the tatami in the room. Then, with a light movement of his right hand, he inserted it into the collar of Junai's kimono, landing on a plump, round, and large peach, and began to gently rub it. Are you ready to have a child with me? After a while, Junai said softly as she looked at Seito's face. Seito's expression froze. He laughed dryly. You know? Shouldn't I know? Junai asked. How did you know? Seito asked curiously. You don't know? Lately, Genova has been working very hard. She often reads some strange books and videos, Junai explained with a smile. Hearing Junai's description of Genova's books, strange, Seito suddenly thought of Genova's personality. He couldn't help but imagine an evil scene. In a dark room, Genova was focused on watching the adult personality fighting movies on the TV. She was learning the knowledge imparted. Occasionally, a look of realization would appear on her face. As for how she thought of this, the reason was even simpler. Don't forget, other than the perverted trio, there was another person who could be called a boss in Photo Academy, the female student Kuroshi Lanhua. She was a strange woman whose fighting prowess was not inferior to the perverted trio. In the original work, it was under her guidance that Aisha learned what a nude apron was, what a shared bath was, and what a shared bed was to give birth to a child. At the same time, it was also because of her guidance that Genova obtained a lot of useful knowledge. For example, the application of Little Umbrella. Coincidentally, I saw it once, so I asked out of curiosity. Then, you know what happened? Junai continued. Seito was speechless. Forget it, if you know, then you know. Anyway, I didn't expect to hide it from you guys. Seito said. After speaking, he lowered his head and kissed Junai's lips again. Churring, at this moment, a long voice filled with low pressure suddenly rang out in the room. Seito's heart skipped a beat. He quickly separated from Junai and turned to look at the door of the room. There, Riaz, who was wearing Photo Academy's uniform, had a gloomy face. She stared at Seito and Junai, her whole body emitting a biting cold aura. Chung, you really can't let people relax. Just a little bit of carelessness and you'll do something like this. Riaz let out a long sigh and said, What about the sword? Then, Riaz changed the topic and asked, I'll take it. Seito sat up and said. Junai also sat up and tidied up her messy clothes with a happy smile on her face. Where's Michael? Riaz asked again. He already left. Seito replied. If that's the case, then there's no need to stay here. Let's go back. Riaz decided. In front of Riaz, Seito couldn't continue doing anything exaggerated with Junai, so he could only helplessly shrug at Junai, stood up from the tatami, and slowly walked out of the room. What a pity! Behind him, Junai sighed softly as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. The next day, the weekend. Today was the day of the meeting that the three forces had agreed on. During the day, because there was nothing to do, Sei-Ito comfortably stayed in the rented apartment, half leisurely deciphering the operating principles of the various magic circles on the devil's chess piece in his hand. "Sir, it's time for you to leave." At this time, Lineri, who was dressed in a sexy fallen angel outfit, reminded him. "Is it time already? I got it." Hearing this, Sei-Ito looked up at the time displayed on the clock hanging on the wall. It was 5:35. He flipped his hand and put away the devil's chess piece while nodding. Then he stood up, activated instant transmission, and disappeared from the room with Lineri, who was standing beside him. The next moment, Sei-Ito and Lineri appeared near Komoi Academy. At this time, around the small Komoi Academy, there were a large number of demons, angels, and fallen angel soldiers guarding the area, preventing any suspicious people from approaching. "Sir, then I'll go first," Lineri said. As a member of the fallen angel of this town, Lineri, who had been promoted to 4-wing, was fortunate enough to become a member of the conscripted guards. "Go." Sei-Ito nodded and said. Hearing this, Lineri flapped her wings and flew toward the fallen angel camp. Then Sei-Ito slightly tidied his clothes and swaggered over to Komoi Academy. "You're finally here." Seeing Sei-Ito, Himejima Junai, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, immediately let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "Are you getting impatient?" Itose laughed. "How can I not be anxious for such a big matter?" Himejima Junai rolled her eyes at Sei-Ito and rebuked. The next day, the weekend. Today was the day of the agreed meeting between the three forces. During the day, because there was nothing to do, Sei-Ito stayed in the rented apartment very comfortably, half leisurely deciphering the operating principles of the various magic circles contained in the demon chess in his hand. "Sir, you should set off." At this time, Lineri, who was dressed as a sexy fallen angel, reminded him. "It's already time? I got it." Hearing this, Sei-Ito raised his head and looked at the time displayed on the clock hanging on the wall, 5:35. He flipped his hand and put away the demon chess in his hand while nodding and said. Then he stood up, activated instant transmission, and disappeared from the room with Lineri, who was standing beside him. The next moment, Sei-Ito and Lineri appeared near the Kumo Academy. At this moment, Chariot King Academy was surrounded by a large number of fiend, angel, and fallen angel soldiers guarding it, preventing any suspicious people from approaching. "Sir, then I'll go first," Lineri said. As a member of the fallen angel of this town, Lineri, who had been promoted to 4-wing, was also fortunate to become a member of the conscripted guards. "Go." Sei-Ito nodded and said. Hearing this, Lineri flapped her wings and flew toward the fallen angel camp. Then Sei-Ito slightly tidied up his clothes and swaggered over to the Kumo Academy. "You're finally here." Seeing Sei-Ito, Himejima Junai, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly, "Waiting impatiently?" Sei-Ito said with a smile. "How can I not be impatient for such a big matter?" Himejima Junai rolled her eyes at Sei-Ito and rebuked. Then she stood up, activated instant transmission, and disappeared from the room with Lineri, who was standing beside her. The next moment, Sei-Ito and Lineri appeared near the Kumo Academy. At this moment, Chariot King Academy was surrounded by a large number of fiend, angel, and fallen angel soldiers guarding it, preventing any suspicious people from approaching. "Sir, then I'll go first," Lineri said. As a member of the fallen angel of this town, Lineri, who had been promoted to 4-wing, was fortunate enough to become a member of the conscripted guards. "Go." Sei-Ito nodded and said. Hearing this, Laneri flapped her wings and flew toward the fallen angel camp. Then Seito slightly tidied up his clothes and swaggered over to the Kumo Academy. Chapter 1732. P.S. Thanks to Instant Potato and NXCX for their tip. This is my sister and her family. And also the Red Dragon Emperor Seito Kun. Sajks introduced them to the higher-ups of the other forces present. Laius cooperated and greeted the others. Seito, who had already met Michael and Asashel, also nodded as a form of greeting. They were the ones who were active in Korkabor's attack the other day, Sajks continued. I've already received the report. Please allow me to thank all of you again. Michael thanked them. The reason should be because of Barpa, Freed, and Holy Sword. After all, the former two developed the Holy Sword gene, and the latter was an elite exorcist under the Church. They were closely related to the Church, and even in front of outsiders who did not know the truth, they represented the Church. The latter was a safekeeping item for the Church, and it was something that was strictly guarded. However, in the incident with Cubeverse, it was stolen in one go. Other than indicating that the Church's personnel had failed in their duties, it was also easy for people to think that Heaven had intentionally used the Church to send the item out, allowing Cubeverse to stir up trouble. By analogy, it could be said that the resolution of that incident not only eliminated all kinds of dangers, but also indirectly helped Heaven. Lise nodded politely. I'm really sorry, my Korkabor has caused you trouble. After Michael, the governor of the fallen angels, Asashel, also said. It was just that the way he spoke was so frivolous that no one could feel his sincerity in apologizing. Lise was naturally dissatisfied with Asashel's behavior, but considering the current situation and the difference in status between the two, she did not say much. She silently bit her lip. Take a seat over there, Sarjak said. Riaz nodded and led the group over to the chairs that Gulifia had prepared for them. The seats were in front of the wall on the side of the conference room. The president of the student council, as well as one of the participants of the previous incident, was also sitting there. He was sitting next to Lise. Since everyone is here, let's begin. This is one of the prerequisites for the meeting. That is to say, everyone here knows about the most important prohibition of God is no longer here, Sajak said as he glanced at the situation in the room. The people in the room did not show any surprise on their faces. Obviously, they all knew about this. Well then, since everyone already knows, let's begin the formal meeting. Then, the meeting began. Furthermore, the negotiations went quite smoothly. However, Seito, who only knew a little about the three factions, was not in the mood to pay attention to them. He maintained his transcendent status as the Crimson Dragon Emperor and watched the three factions banter with interest. In other words, we angels. Michael spoke on behalf of the angels. That's true. Maybe this is better. If this continues, the three forces are bound to walk the path of destruction. Sajaks also voiced his opinion. Well, there's no need for us to be particularly stubborn about it. Although Athasiel didn't say much, he didn't say much. However, it was unknown whether it was because of the way he spoke or because of the ambiguity in his words, but it always made the atmosphere, which had been quite good just now, fall into a state of awkward silence, and he never got tired of it. Next, Rias. It's about time to talk about the incident from a few days ago. After talking for a long time, Sajaks turned to Rias, who was sitting by the wall, and said, Yes, Lucian. Yes, Lord Lucifer. Rias stood up and replied. Himajima Jurai and the president of the student council, Kotaku Kangna, also did the same. Then, Rias suppressed the nervousness in her heart and used clear words to describe everything that happened that day. The leaders of the three factions listened to her quietly, and during the process, each of them made an expression that was either sighing, frowning, or smiling, indicating their feelings. That's all. This is the report of me, Reyes Jimenez, and my family on the incident. After a moment, Reyes, who had finished narrating everything, said solemnly, "You've worked hard. Go back and sit down." Sajix said, "Thank you, Liasjon." Even in such a serious situation, the Demon King Seraphil Leviathan, who spoke in such a unique manner, said, under the signal of the two Demon Kings, one after the other, Reyes retreated to her seat and sat down. "All right, Asashel. After listening to this report, I would like to hear the opinion of the fallen angel governor." Sajix looked at Asashel, who was sitting lazily on the chair. As soon as the question was asked, everyone's eyes were focused on him. A few days ago, it was the cadre of the Fallen Angels Central Organization, God's favorite child watcher, Korkabor, who acted arbitrarily behind the backs of the other cadre and me, the governor. His handling has been handed over to the White Dragon Emperor, although the process is a bit complicated. Speaking of this, Asashel's gaze fell on Seito, who was watching the three factions argue with a playful attitude. As Asashel's gaze changed, Michael, Sajix, and Seraphil's gaze also fell on him. Seito smiled at them with a calm expression. Then, the organization's military council decided to put Korkabor in the lowest level of hell, as a punishment of eternal freezing. He can no longer come out. The explanation about this should be written in the information sent to you before, right? That's all there is. Then Asashel retracted his gaze with a fearless smile on his face, and continued to explain in a relaxed tone. The explanation is only the minimum. Although I know that you personally don't want to cause any huge conflicts with us, is this true? But is this true? Michael sighed. Is this true? That's right, I'm not interested in war. Korkabor also criticized me in this regard. This was also mentioned in the report just now, right? Asashel said bluntly. Just as he said, Korkabor's dissatisfaction with Asashel was something that everyone knew. Even in the last incident, Korkabor strongly expressed his dissatisfaction with Asashel's inaction. Asashel, what I want to ask you is, why did you keep gathering the holders of the artifacts in the past few decades? When you first gathered the humans, I thought you wanted to increase your combat power. I thought you wanted to start a war with the heavenly realm and us, but Sajix, who had accepted Asashel's explanation and reply about the Korkabor incident, asked, "That's right, no matter how long it has been, you didn't start a war. When we heard that you got the White Dragon, we all increased our vigilance." Michael also said, "This is for the research of the artifact. In that case, I'll give you part of the research materials?" Asashel looked at Michael, Sajix, and Seraph with a bitter smile. "Although it's for research, it's not for war. Now, I'm no longer interested in war. I'm very satisfied with the current world. I even said to my subordinates, don't even get involved in the politics of the human world. I have no intention of getting involved in religion and have no intention of affecting the demon industry. Really, am I the most trustworthy among the three forces?" In the end, Asashel complained. "Yes. That's right. That's what I said." At the same time, Michael and the Demon Kings gave a very certain answer. "TSK. I thought you guys were better than God and the previous Lucifer, but you guys are also quite troublesome. Sneaky research doesn't fit my personality." "I got it. In that case, let's make peace. That's the original plan, right? Be it an angel or a demon." After hearing their answers, Athathiel seemed to have given up on himself and said something shocking. For a moment, Sajix and Michael's faces were full of shock. Reyes, Chiquangna, and the others also had the same expression, which showed how shocking Asashel's words were. Seeing everyone's expression, Asashel showed a satisfied smile. "That's right, I and the demon camp have a plan to make peace with the Grigori. If the three sides continue to oppose each other, it will cause harm to the current world. Although it's a bit inappropriate for me to say it as the head of the angels, but, as the origin of war, God and the demon kings have been eliminated, so it's more appropriate for peace. Then, Michael smiled slightly and said his wish. To think that the inflexible Lord Michael would actually say such a thing. It's clearly Lord, Lord, Lord God all the time. Asashel laughed loudly. There's too much to lose. But it's useless to look for things that aren't there. Leading humans, that's my mission. Continuing to protect the children of God and guiding them is the most important thing. The members of the Blazing Angels have come to a consensus. Michael smiled. Oh, did you just say fallen? Although that's what I think, the system will be inherited by you. Now the world has become a better place. It's completely different from when I was fallen. It's the same for us. The Demon King is no longer here. In order to continue the race, the demons have to move forward. War is not something we hope for. After all, if war breaks out again, the demons will also be destroyed. Sajax agreed. That's right. If war breaks out again, the three sides will really be wiped out this time. Then, it will have a huge impact on the human world, and the world will end. We can't start a war anymore. Asashel, who was smiling just now, changed his expression and said with a serious face. The world without God is wrong? The world without God is declining? Unfortunately, that's not the case. You and I are now living very energetically. Even if God is no longer here, the world is still operating. Asashel opened his hand and continued. That's probably it? Sajax said. With that, the key to peace was declared. All right, the discussion is going well. It's time to listen to what His Highness the Red Dragon Emperor has to say. After that, Michael turned his gaze to Seito. Chapter 1733. The Red Dragon Emperor isn't just the Red Dragon Emperor now. Just as Michael finished speaking, Asashel's voice was filled with a strange meaning. As soon as he said that, Michael, Sajax, and Seraph's gazes all landed on Asashel. You've all seen the report of the incident caused by Corcobor a few days ago, right? You should know that the White Dragon received a challenge from the Red Dragon Emperor after dealing with Corcobor. In the end, he lost. Subconsciously, Michael and the others shifted their gaze to Varley, who was standing behind Athasher. Varley, who was being stared at, snorted and looked at Seito with anger and fighting spirit. Affected, Michael and Sajax also looked at Seito. You definitely don't know what the price of losing is. The original White Dragon also fell into the hands of the Red Dragon Emperor, Asashel explained in a timely manner. In an instant, everyone in the room had a shocked expression on their faces. Riaz, Junai, Kitten, Kiba Yudo, Genova, and even the Student Council President, Ji Kwangna, looked at Seito in shock. A true heavenly dragon. Sajax smiled bitterly. Seito smiled and nodded at everyone. What a legendary achievement. Michael also sighed with emotion. That's not right. If the artifact is extracted, shouldn't the host die? Why is he still alive? Seraphil asked curiously. Yes, according to common sense. Shouldn't the host of the artifact die when the artifact is extracted? Then why is that guy still alive? In an instant, everyone's hearts were filled with questions, and their gazes fell on Asashel, hoping to get an answer. Don't look at me, I don't know either. When he came back, his artifact was already extracted, and I only found out after he woke up. Asashel shrugged. Then, Michael and the others looked at Seito again. That's a secret. Seito smiled. An awkward silence uncontrollably appeared. In that case, Your Highness Red Dragon Emperor, please tell me your opinion. How do you want the world to change? After a pause, Michael asked. The world is changing. It did not matter. Peace was good too. War or not, it's all the same to me. You can do whatever you want. Just don't disturb my daily life, Seito said indifferently. In other words, you are not against peace? Asashel laughed. Seito nodded and admitted. Seeing this, the others also heaved a long sigh of relief. A faint smile appeared on his face. However, at this moment, a strange energy fluctuation quickly rushed over. Seito's heart skipped a beat, and a protective barrier of the same nature as the energy emanated from his body. The power that surged into his body was immediately neutralized. Then, he raised his head and looked at the others. At this time in the room, Asashel, Michael, Sajax, and Seraphil were all standing by the window and looking outside. Gulifia and the unknown female human were guarding the surroundings to prevent any possible accidental attack. Phew. Then, a sigh of relief was heard. Riaz, Shiba Yudo, and Genova also relaxed. No matter what era it is, when factions establish peace, there will always be people who come out of nowhere to interfere. Asashel turned his head and looked at Seito, Riaz, and the others. Seito walked to the window of the meeting room and looked outside. In the space of the campus covered by the barrier, a large number of figures wearing strange robes and dressed like legendary magicians appeared in the sky of the campus. They were attacking the new campus building with spells like Magic Bullet. From the power of the spells released, each of them has the magic power of a mid-level demon. Riaz, who followed Seito to the window and looked outside, said softly. But that was Gasper's power, right? Genova said. I'm afraid that they used a divine artifact that can transfer power and use the power of magic to force the mixed-blood vampire's divine artifact into a forbidden state. A temporary forbidden state, so even if the opponent is not in sight, they can still be affected. Asashel, who was most familiar with the divine artifact, explained. As for where he learned about Gasper, it was unknown. Gasper in the old campus building was used as a weapon by terrorists. Where did they get the information about my servant? And he became a force that interfered with an important meeting. There is nothing more humiliating to me than this. Riaz heard this and a strong surge of magic burst out from her body as she said coldly. By the way, the armies of fallen angels, and demons waiting outside the school building have all been stopped. Really, Riaz Jimenez's family is really scary. Asashel put his hand on Riaz's shoulder and sighed. Slap. Without Riaz doing anything, Seito slapped Asashel's perverted hand away. Asashel, whose hand was opened, sighed and turned to wave at the window. Almost instantly, an uncountable number of light spears appeared in the sky, and with a wave of Asashel's arm, they shot towards the magicians in the sky above the campus. The magicians hurriedly put up a defensive wall. But how could they, who were only mid-level demons, be a match for the god-level, fallen angel governor Asashel? Unsurprisingly, the defensive wall was pierced through, and their bodies were pierced through by the light spears. Like dumplings in a pot, they fell to the ground with a clatter. In an instant, the entire field of the Colt King Academy was covered with magician corpses. However, at the next moment, a large number of mages once again appeared in the sky that had just been emptied. This academy is currently surrounded by a barrier. Even so, these guys are still appearing in the barrier. That means there should be someone here who is connected to the magic square outside and the gate. No matter what, the effect of a world-stopping evil eye is so strong now, it could probably stop one of us. They should be planning to use a fierce attack to trap us here, and when the time stops, they will attack the school building in one go. It looks like there are plenty of troops over there. Asashel deduced with his rich combat experience. The timing is good, the method of attack is good. It seems like there is someone over there who knows the inside story. I really didn't expect there to be a traitor here. Asashel sighed again. The main problem now is to rescue Gasper from the old school building. Sajax said. Brother, let me go. Gasper is my servant, I will take responsibility and rescue him. Riaz said seriously. I already guessed what you wanted to say. I know my sister's personality well. But, how are you going to get to the old school building? There are magicians all outside the new school building. Normal teleportation is also blocked by magic. Hearing Riaz's request, Sajic smiled. The old school building. There are still unused chariots in the base's office. Riaz replied. I see, King Chariot transposition. They probably expected us to go there. In that case, they could use this trick to catch their opponents off guard. We can take the initiative, Sajic said in realization. All right. However, it would be too foolish to go alone. Gulifia, can I use King Chariot transposition to transfer people? Then, Sajic looked at the silver-haired maid Gulifia and asked. If you use a simple spell, it might be possible to transfer the young mistress and another person together. Gulifia replied. Who is Riaz and? Sajic looked at the people in the field and muttered. Let Riaz and Genova go. I will use my own method to support them later. Saito interrupted. All right then. Sajic looked at Saito. Although he didn't know what method of support Saito was talking about, he still nodded in agreement. Seeing that she had arranged the people to go to the rescue, Gulifia began to set up a special spell on Riaz and Genova. At this time, Saito walked up to the two and patted them on the shoulder. Gulifia, who seemed to have sensed something, looked at Saito strangely. Saito smiled and walked back to the window. Crimson Dragon Emperor, how about showing yourself? Sajic turned to Saito and smiled. If the Crimson Dragon Emperor appears, he should be able to disrupt their plans. Who knows what they might do next? Before Saito could say anything, Sajic continued. Maybe they already know that I'm here? Saito smiled. Even if that's the case, they wouldn't expect Riaz to use Royal Chariot Transposition to move to the center. Attracting attention will help with that, Azathiel said. If you didn't take the White Dragon, Varley would be the best candidate for this. After a pause, Sajic turned to look at Varley in the corner and said flatly. Saito shrugged. All right. With that, he pushed open the window in front of him and rushed into the sky. Almost at the same time, a large number of mana beams shot toward Saito. Saito turned around and hovered in the air, setting up a spherical defensive barrier around him. Bam 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 bam, a large number of circular ripples appeared on the surface of the spherical barrier, blocking the incoming mana beams. Then, Itose raised his arm high, and a huge middle-style magic circle appeared under his feet. At the same time, a pitch-black ball appeared in his palm. It was like a black hole that swallowed all the light around it. Chapter 1734. Starlight Burst. With Saito's low roar, the huge ball floating above his palm suddenly exploded, turning into countless black meteors that shot out in all directions. In an instant, a doomsday-like scene appeared in the sky above Kamigami Academy. The magicians quickly put up a defensive barrier. Unfortunately, the outcome was the same as when they faced Asashal's attack. The magical barrier did not have the slightest bit of defensive effect. Almost at the instant it came into contact with the pitch-black beam, it was distorted and torn apart, bombarding the bodies of the mages behind it, creating a fist-sized charred wound on their chests. Whether it was the effect of the attack or the state of the spell, it was obvious that Saito's Starlight Burst was not Naya's version of Harmonious Starlight Burst, but the Book of Darkness Lymph's version of Starlight Burst. And from the looks of it, it was a modified version of Starlight Burst. Otherwise, with the harmonious and loving environment of Takamachi Naya's world of magical girls, magical attacks would rarely have the effect of damaging human flesh. As one group of magicians died, another group of magicians appeared from the void. Saito did not hesitate. He put his hands together in front of him, creating a blazing ball of lightning as bright as the sun in his palm. Then, he slammed his hands together and smashed the ball of lightning into pieces. In an instant, a large amount of lightning burst out, turning into a sky full of lightning bolts that shot toward the magicians who had just appeared. Boom! As expected, the new batch of mages that appeared immediately died. They fell to the ground below like dumplings. Then, the void rippled again, and new magician soldiers appeared. Saito did not hesitate to kill them with large-scale spells or mutated abilities. This went on for about half a minute. Then, 2 rays of light shot out from the new school building and appeared in the sky above Kamigami Academy. Noticing this, Saito turned his head to look. It was a satchel and a woman wearing revealing clothes. Cadelia. Saito called out the name of the unfamiliar woman in revealing clothes in his mind. Cadelia, whose full name was Cadelia Leviathan, was a direct descendant of the old demon King Leviathan. She was one of the members of the old underworld forces that had been overthrown. At this moment, she and a satchel, who had 12 winged artifacts spread out behind her, unleashed their full power. Her entire body exuded an awe-inspiring tide of magic, stirring up the void and causing it to tremble. It was as if it would break apart with just a little bit of force. It was truly frightening. But at that moment, Saito was not in the mood to watch the battle between the two because the moment Athathiel and Cadelia appeared, Saito sensed Rias and Genova entering the old school building. Afterward, Ito Seiji's mind moved. Immediately, a shadow doppelganger split from his body. Using the flying thunder god, he disappeared from midair. The next moment, in one of the rooms in the old school building, Saito's figure appeared beside Rias and Genova. "Teacher!" Gasper's voice rang out. They heard Gasper's voice. Rias and Genova quickly turned their heads to look behind them. "Done, teacher!" Rias and Genova called out. Saito smiled at the two of them, then looked up at Gasper. The petite Gasper was like a prisoner who was about to be interrogated. His limbs were spread out, and he was restrained on a diamond-shaped magic circle that looked like the Kabbalah tree of life. He was suspended in the air. Several female mages wearing hoods and holding obsidian daggers stood guard beside him. They held the daggers to Gasper's throat and heart as a threat. However, Saito did not pay too much attention to these. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Gasper's arm. He saw that on Gasper's arm with the suppressor, 2 bright yellow spell circles were operating on it. Like sandwiches with bread sandwiches, they enveloped the suppressor that had already revealed its form. "I see," Saito said in realization. "So you used a spell to cut off the suppressor's connection with Gasper. No wonder it could cause Gasper's power to explode and amplify the effects of the divine artifact." "Gasper, that's great, you're fine," Rias said happily. "Minister, I've had enough," Gasper cried. It would be better if I died. Please, Minister Senpai. Please kill me. It's all my eye's fault. I can't be friends with anyone. I'm a burden to others. I'm a coward. Don't be silly. I won't abandon you. Didn't I say it when you were reincarnated as a dependent? Since you've been reborn, you have to live for me. You have to find a way of life that can satisfy you, Rias said firmly. I can't find it at all. I'm only a burden. There's no value in living for me. Gasper shook his head. You're my servant, my dependent. I won't abandon you so easily. It's time for you to be liberated, Rias said without hesitation. Slap. A crisp sound rang out in the room. It was the sound of Gasper being slapped. You're all stupid. You want to use this dangerous hybrid vampire normally. You're all stupid. It's just like what the old Demon King faction said. The Jumanli family is very affectionate, but they're not smart. The witch grabbed Gasper's hair and forcefully pulled his head up. She looked at Rias as if she was looking at an idiot and sneered. We should have brainwashed this vampire earlier. If we could use him more effectively as a tool, his rating would have gone up too, right? If we threw him into the territory of an enemy fallen angel and let the artifact go berserk, He might even be able to defeat half an officer. But why didn't we do that? Could it be that you want to control your servant in harmony? Seito narrowed his eyes and prepared to attack. I cherish my servant very much. Perhaps she felt Seito's change. Riaz raised her hand and said in a calm tone. Whoosh bang. She was met with a magic bullet in response. Then, a small piece of cloth disappeared from the spot where she was hit, revealing the white skin that was hidden underneath. How arrogant! She's obviously a demon, but she's still so beautiful. What an eyesore, little Jamonli girl. The female mage's voice was filled with jealousy. If you dare to move, this brat is done for. Come play with me for a while. As he spoke, he shot even more magic light at Riaz. Ignorant people. Seito sighed softly. Then, without seeing him do anything, the female mages who were standing in front of Gasper suddenly appeared in front of the magic bullets they shot, taking the hit for Riaz. Poof, poof. The magic bullets were destroyed, and at the same time, a part of the cloth was taken away, revealing their bodies. Then, without any warning, several circles of light appeared on their bodies, tightly restraining them. Who is it? The female magician shouted in a flustered tone. Seito ignored her and walked in front of Gasper. With a casual attack, he broke the magic circle around the suppressor, allowing Gasper's power to reconnect with the suppressor. In an instant, the strange light in Gasper's eyes disappeared, and he was freed from the state of the artifact exploding. Gasper, do your best to give me trouble. No matter how many times, I will scold you. Comfort you. I will never let you go. Riaz, who followed him, reached out and took Gasper down from the magic circle, hugged him in her arms, and said softly with a motherly glow, Minister! Minister! Gasper cried. However, compared to her previous cries, this time, her cries were filled with joy. Minister, what should we do with these people? Genova asked insensibly. Let's tie them up, Laius decided. Understood. Genova nodded in response, and then began to tear the magic robes they were wearing into shreds. She did not care if they would catch a cold, and tied them up just like that. At this moment, Seito suddenly turned to look at the sky outside the house, and said softly, There seems to be an interesting change outside. Riaz looked at Seito in confusion. At the same time, in the sky outside. Tisk. Raising the flag of rebellion in this situation, Wally, a Thasher said softly. That's right, a Thasher, Wally said fearlessly. Beside him, in addition to Cadelia Leviathan, Taching Hage, who had unlocked his seal at some point in time, had also appeared. Not far from them, Monkey, who was holding the Jingu Bang and standing on the somersault cloud, had also appeared. He was trying his best to stop Seito, preventing him from rescuing a Thasher. The moment we decide to make peace, we will activate the artifact of the half-blood vampire that we kidnapped and launch an attack. This is our plan. Watch the timing carefully. Wally and I will cause trouble together, and it will be best if we can kill one of the leaders of the three forces. It will be even better if the talks fail because of this, Cadelia said softly, her face filled with the joy of victory. On the other side, where Seito and Monkey were. It was a mistake to let you go back then, Seito said regretfully as he dodged Monkey's attack. Aha, although I'm grateful that you didn't take my artifact like you did with Wally, the humiliation of being held captive has always been etched in my heart. I've been looking forward to today's battle for a long time. Monkey, who had used a divine spell to create several identical illusions, swung his staff at Seito as he laughed. You really are a monkey. It's only been less than 2 months, and you're already so impatient? Electric sparks exploded around Seito, destroying the illusions of Monkey. Then, he flipped his palm, and sent out a blurry image of a mountain to meet Monkey's attack. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.